At the Symposium, VASULKAS Reloaded, on behalf of the whole team of Vašulka Kitchen Brno. And we are very glad that you could come in person or that you are following us online. And we decided to organize this. Actually, one of the impulses was the series of exhibitions that have taken place recently in Iceland, but also here in Brno. And another exhibitions are coming in the United States, in Iceland, and also here. And it was especially the exhibition Steina and Woody Vasulkas, Sums and Differences, which was organized by our colleague Jennifer, who will also have a presentation today. And it was accompanied by two other exhibitions, Open Digital Archive, organized by from Vašulka Kitchen Brno, who is co-organizing this symposium, and exhibition of Alphonse Schilling, which was done by me. And so this is a nice opportunity to discuss the role of Vasulkas in European and American, especially new media context, their ways of working, as well as current possibilities of exhibiting and archiving their works, and also their ways of working with the archives. Because for Vasulkas, especially for Woody, the archive was meant not only as a space of physical and online storage of information, but also of sharing them as a place of cooperation and discussion. And all their life they have been looking for an ideal space to host their immense amount of materials, giving gradually the snippets of them to different institutions, schools, foundations, etc. And Vašulka Kitchen Brno is one of the places where the Vašulka archive is being processed and where the digitized materials are accessible to all those interested in researching them. This will be the subject more of the second day of tomorrow. So what to expect today? The first day, the first part is dedicated to the open legacy of Steina and Woody Vasulkas. And now in the morning there will be presentations mostly of members of Vašulka Kitchen Brno and close associates, who will talk about different aspects of Vašulka's work, about the role they play here in Czechoslovakia, in Czech Republic, in Brno, and about the projects they were working on or they were planning and never realized. Then we invite you all for lunch here, very close by. And after lunch, there will be mostly international guests talking about the research of more specific aspects of Vašulka's work, analyzing individual works, individual methods and subjects that they are involved in. There will be also a presentation, online presentation from the USA about the exhibition of Steina in Cambridge, which is about to open like in a few days, so that's why it has to be online. And the last presentation, we will come back to the archives. It will be by my colleague Barbara Šediva and Dušan Barov, and it will introduce more specifically the methodology of working with the archive of Vašulka Kitchen Brno. And it's not all, because after dinner we invite you for the screening program, which will take place like in our gallery, Vašulka Kitchen Gallery, and there will be a movie by Joost Rekveld, who's here also presenting, and also a short movie by Steina and Woody Vasulkas. Also scattered in the place there are little pieces of kind of exhibition, so you can see on the monitor there the scanned photographs from the archive of Brno Vašulka family. You can see also objects which belonged to Woody Vasulka, which were borrowed to us by Petr Vrana, who will probably talk about them a little bit more. And we have also like old diaries, notebooks of Woody Vasulka, and also some painted materials by his mother, Florentina, who was very influential in his initiation into archiving obsession. And in the next room, when you have a little bit of time between the discussions, there is exhibition of like screening of short videos, mostly of Czech artists who were somehow influenced by Steina and Woody Vasulkas. And Miloš Vojtěchovský was curating this section, so maybe if you want to say something about the selection. Yeah, come in, sit down.
Pro nově příchozí, tady to, ten program tady probíhá angličtině, což pro vás jenom pro vysvětlení.
A učit židle vedle možná, když by nebylo.
Tam ještě, tady je celé místo, nebojte se. Ve škole. Kdo ještě nemá kde sedět? Because the program is only 2 days and also 2 days is the exhibition. So we made some attempts to create kind of parallel entertainment for you, which is possible to see in the next projection room, and it is kind of hybrid collection of different pieces, which of the video, of the moving image, little artistic pieces. It's about 1 hour long. I don't really remember how long it is, but if you are bored from what people are saying here, you can go to listen and watch next door. And it is not really serious, kind of like heavy curatorial analysis of the influence of Woody and Steina mainly to the Czechoslovakian or international video community since the end of 80s, but it's kind of assemblage of different pieces which I found, and I found also the artists who made it. So everything which is here is projected with the agreement of the authors. So it is mainly Czech, and even quite something from the Brno scene, because Woody and Steina have been coming to Brno from the beginning of the 90s, and they were somehow involved in also in the pedagogic process here. So, for example, you can see the piece of current dean of the fine arts faculty, who is one of the people who started to use imaging environment quite in the beginning when it was developed in its time in Amsterdam. So it is only for 2 days, and it is not running at the same time and as the projection in the evening.
Yes, it's 2 days, but tomorrow we have the moderated discussion about the archives, which you're also invited to, and it's from 10 till 12, so you can also come tomorrow to watch the videos, and also I hope we can also continue discussion maybe tomorrow, because today the program is quite packed, and so there will be after each presentation time for a few short questions. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah.
And I would like to invite. Regler, who is one of the initiators and founders of Vašulka Kitchen Brno. Graduated from Academy of Fine Arts in Prague, and he works as visual artist, performer. His work includes installations, video and multimedia, architectural realizations, and stage design. He also initiated many unofficial art activities before 1989. For example, he co-founded international performance art movements, the School of Attention, East-West Study Project, or the Black Market, organized open situation festivals since 1989, etc. He was also a professor here at the Faculty of Fine Arts, FAU in Brno, where he established video multimedia performance department. And since 1994, he works with Steina and Woody Vasulkas. He was curating some of the first exhibitions of them in the Czech Republic. And he will talk about the performativity of Vašulka's work.
Good morning. We have limited time, so I felt that at the beginning of this symposium would be nice to remind some of Vašulka's works and show them from, let's say, I hope from a kind of new perspective. So the basic of my thesis is given to performativity in Vašulka's work. I will present at first the artworks, and maybe more theoretical, aesthetic argumentation will follow, hopefully in paper, which will follow in publication. So here I want to argument through the artworks. I see that I want to present that Steina and Woody's work are often seen as pioneers of electronic moving image. So, but you will see that there's passion is also in linking image and sound. So there is a balance between image and sound. They are also seen by theoreticians and curators as creators of new electronic instruments, but I want to focus on their way how they play these instruments, because they are very good players, and I want also to place their work in the context of history of so-called performative terms. So let's look to their inherent performativity in their work. So here we see one of their first video, in fact, first video recorded in Czechoslovakia.
I'm sorry, you have shared video.
I'll do it. It's okay, we're just streaming online. We have an online meeting, so sorry about that.
So you can follow here that this is a record of kind of touristic event, which is a kind of touristic video and of sightseeing in Bohemian, Czech Bohemian village. And if you follow carefully the sound, you will hear Steina commenting this recording. So we see, let's say, manipulated image, but real sound. I will do this.
Jak se jede na Jindřichu Hradec?
Doprava tady.
Doprava.
Na Jindřichu Hradec, jo? Tady tak 50 metrů odbočka doprava, Studená Jindřichu Hradec. Děkuji.
A já jsem to vesnímala v jednom kuse ve škole. Ano, to je ten slov, který
of Steina with camera and her sense of humor showing the way how she deals with the recording. Of course, you know very well. So slow. You know very well the noise fields video. And I want to show this noise fields video as also as a relation of production of the image and sound, which are directly linked. So this is the production of sound and image, which is balanced on one source of noise, and we can follow how Steina here plays with the instrument developed by Woody and their colleagues, technicians, and Steina is in fact performing live performance. So we can see this as a record of live visual and sound performance. Now the next video is Woody's solo work, because we have seen those collaborative presentations. And this is famous Woody's vocabulary from 1973, and here we see the Woody's hands performing with the object, and of course also producing the manipulation of the image. So we see here the real, in fact, physical performance of Woody. Yeah? This is very physical interaction, and so Woody does not only produce the tools, but he really plays with them and performs with them. So now I want to show the excerpts from his famous work from beginning of 80s.
And to Brno House this morning.
No less than any other.
No less than any other.
Depends on the vision of the archetype.
Depends on vision of archetype.
For its believability.
For its believability.
About life in all its forms.
Thinking about life and all its forms.
Those days so far where nothing fits.
One of those days so far where nothing fits.
At the Holiday Inn Hotel.
Breakfast at the Holiday Inn hotels.
So in this first shot, we could see actor playing like it would remind Stalker from Tarkovsky. So the performing, it's not with sound. There is also one. I had timing, but it's different timing here. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. So we can see these performative moments in these classical videos. Now I wanted to share with you the Lucifer's Commission, which is a selection of images. These images are done from glass sheets of former first computer elements from atomic research in Los Alamos, and they were stored by Woody many years, and Woody found them later on in state of decay, and so we can see there's a static record or fetishes or found objects. They are at the beginning kind of ready-mades, but at the end they are like relics of event, of process which happened in Woody's storage, in Woody's archive. So Woody here presents this decay which happened through the time. And another, oh, sorry. So here we have triads, which is a presentation of animated color flow software research through Woody's archive. So it can be seen as animation recorded by Woody, because he went through his archive of images, and we can see it also as a kind of stage, like virtual stage where these images are presented. So it can be seen as an animation. And no, sorry. We see Woody even called this piece Theater of Hybrid Automata. So he thinks in a theatrical context, and here we see him performing live with his theater. Last of Woody's works, which I want to share with you, is where Woody plays the maiden, and or with maiden, and here we see Woody playing on his instrument and keeping dialogue and controlling the machinery of brotherhood. We see that how Woody, who was used to play a trumpet in jazz improvisations, here uses his musical experience in this interaction with his robots. And following video shows Steina using the same machinery. And Steina exercises the maiden this way. We see here Steina using her violin, and I will show you asking question, who is Steina? I hope I will find the right moments. Okay.
And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine until tomorrow, baby. I wake up to the sound of the music. The melody comes to me.
So this is Steina's video from the end of 60s, recorded in New York. And I think it's very typical for her. And it's it's originally in selection of participation, but it's also a part of violin power. And violin power starts this way, which shows young Steina playing violin. Yeah. Steina controls directly the video camera, but at the same time, she still is producing a music. So it is image and music production always together. And And following MIDI violin, which shows Steina performing at the stage. But here, okay. And now I want to show you a piece of Lilith, her famous artwork. Which is in fact also a record of live control and live performance with MIDI violin controlling this these video images. And now, nearly at the end. Oh, sorry. We see very physical action around camera and with camera, manipulating the camera and shooting, recording live action, in fact. Yeah. And last one. Is war. We see very well Steina's humor and joyfulness and playing with the equipment, but doing really physical dancing performance with software, in fact, here, because camera here is steady. Instead of the video of somersault, there is camera usually moving. And just completely last image is Woody presenting Second Life, but here I want to show. I don't have better images, but from Second Life, where they were building the virtual museum. This is left figure is Steina, and right figure is avatar of Woody. And they presented kind of interaction, even kind of like intercourse dance, whatever. I don't have record, but this is just reminding that. So my here I want to finish that. In fact, we see here also a performance with archive. I would finish my address this way. So the concept of this contribution leads to approaching Vašulka's videos not as a unique performances of pictorial elements of moving images or experiments with new invented technologies and apparatuses, but as a record. Accent on the artist activities and their interactions, including also ways of representations in different forms of archives. And of course, in my paper, I will mention Marvin Carlson performance, critical introduction, Erika Fischer with the transformative power of performance, Philip Ausland, the liveness, David Davis, artist performance, new directions in aesthetics. But this is for our everything. Thank you. I think we can have questions tomorrow.
Yeah,
or
I think
we can take no time for
thank you so much. I think it's time for one to show questions. So if you want to ask something directly, no?
Just for you to know, you are not obliged if you are presenting to deliver a text, but it would be nice. Yeah.
Yes, we will have publication which will be published next year with most of the presentations included. Yes. Maybe I have one short question. Because you were teaching for a long time at FAVU, at the Video Multimedia Department. So have you seen some influences by Vašulkas over the years on the students' works?
Absolutely, especially in the 90s when Woody was even living at school, and so the first generation of students were very, very much influenced by Woody being at school and developing his theatre hybrid automata and his Brotherhood installations here at school. So I think influence of Vašulkas from the very first moment when Peter came with Woody and Steina from Kassel and brought them to Brno Academy, and maybe he even has the documentary video of that moment. And since then, Woody with Steina were visiting school, and students really, and I think we see some works influenced by them here in the selection.
Yeah. Yeah, for the latecomers in the next room, there's like a screening of videos of artists influenced by Steina and Woody Vasulkas. Yeah. So I would like to ask our next guest. Pavel Smetana. Pavel Smetana is Czech artist with all those French connections. who's been from the 1990s dealing with connected art, science, especially in the field of digital interactive media. He's author of many installations connecting new technologies with art and neuroscience and multimedia performances, combining dance, science, and game technologies. He was teaching virtual reality and interactive media at the Academy at exam programs, also in Prague, where he was teaching at Prague College and Prague City University. And in 1998, he founded the International Center for Art and New Media, SEANT, in Prague. And he was also leading festival Enter Multimedia between 2000 and 2015, also located in Prague, and focused on connection of art and science. He's been active in many international projects and received many prizes. And his presentation today is called the Vašulkas Revisited Collaborations and Reinventions.
Good morning. I also want to say that actually the first time that Pavel Smetana is here and a guest of Vašulka Kitchen. Vašulka Kitchen exists already for several years, and I'm very happy to get Pavel here because he belongs to several people who really embraced Woody and Steina coming to Czech Republic and help to this kind of propagate or to help to make the Republic here available.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. Today, I'd like to take you on a journey to 1996, when I had the incredible experience of meeting Woody and Steina Vasulka for the first time. It was at the ZKM in Karlsruhe in Germany, a place that was then one of the most important and forward-looking centers for experimental and digital art. That meeting left an indelible mark on me, shaping the way I view art, and in particular, the ever-evolving field of video art. In fact, it set me on a path that would define my future work. This meeting couldn't have happened without Don Foresta, my professor at the Paris School of Decorative Art, École Nationale Supérieure des Arts Décoratifs. Don was pioneer, adventurer, diplomat, little bit like Casanova of video art. And Franco-American media artist who had the foresight to see the potential of computer networks as artistic platform long before they became mainstream. He was the head of the video art department where I was the student at the school, and was absolutely passionate about the intersection of art and technology. He often showed us early work by pioneers like Woody and Steina Vasulka, whom he knew from their time in common time in Buffalo. For Don, art was about connecting with science and technology in ways that open it up entirely new creative space, and in that way, he was very much in tune with the Vasulkas. At the time, video art wasn't really recognized as a serious form of artistic expression. By the way, this video art department in Paris Academy of Decorative Arts was, I think, the first video department in all Europe. Yeah, it was like official university, which was because it was open in end of 70s, actually. And in Europe, I'm not talking about Buffalo. Yeah. And just experience from myself. When I was in this department and people asked me what I'm doing, and I told them I'm doing art and video, they immediately told me, you are working for the TV. Nobody knew that something like that could exist. It was really few people. And yeah, video art wasn't really recognized as a serious form of artistic expression. In fact, artists traded videos informally, often on a tape. Some of the most remarkable and experimental works of the time, such as those by Bill Viola and Gary Hill, were exchanged this way. Watching these raw experimental videotapes was a revelation. Was if someone had opened a portal to a whole new realm of creative possibilities. When I met Woody and Steina at ZKM, it was immediately clear how unique their approach to video art was. Woody often spoke about the importance of timing and energy in his work, concepts that struck a deep chord with me. Their art wasn't just about documenting the world as we see it. It was about altering and transforming reality itself. They were exploring the manipulation of electronic signals and pushing the boundaries of what video art could be. Let me tell you, at the time, it was nothing short of revolutionary. The way Woody and Steina talked about art wasn't abstract, it was tactile. They were treating video not as a medium to record something static, but as an evolving, dynamic system that was alive. They were in a whole new kind of dialogue with the materials they were using, and it felt electric both metaphorically and literally. Now I would like to share with you a clip from an interview with Woody Vasulka in 2011, which was mentioned by Miloš. I think even before 2004 and 2004 I will show you also, but from 2011 I found the tape. This interview was conducted by Vít Janeček, and also the video is in Czech. Unfortunately, partially, actually, from Vít Janeček is in Czech, and Woody is mixing Czech and English together. Maybe you will understand who doesn't understand in Czech language. But the English subtitles are not yet ready. I'll give you the context. In fact, I only recently rediscovered this gem and just finished digitizing it yesterday. Before that, I was languishing on a mini DVD in raw format. Hardly anyone had ever seen it. This rare footage is truly a hidden treasure that gives us a glimpse into the heart of their groundbreaking work. I will show you in this clip with Janeček, okay, I do small resume of the question, which is in Czech, which will follow. Janeček proposes an intriguing idea. He suggests that the movement Woody was part of from the beginning could be viewed through the lens of a social or activist movement. Janeček reflects on how the movement was shaped by the social dynamics of its time, even comparing it to more recent movements. It happened in 2011, like Occupy Wall Street. It's a provocative parallel, and Janeček doesn't present it as a definitive comparison, but rather as food for thought. A key theme Janeček highlights is participation, or rather lack of it, which was a major issue in the 60s. He argues that the video art opened up a new realm of possibilities for participation, something that other artistic forms of the time simply couldn't offer. For him, video art created new avenue of engagement and involvement, allowing people to interact with art in ways that were previously unthinkable. Woody respond to this hypothesis by discussing how video art, particularly through the use of electronic signal, provided a unique platform for interaction and experimentation. Okay.
Takže moje výchozí hypotéza, a nevím, jestli to můžeš považovat jakoby za otázku.
It's not there. I don't know.
Where is the clip? Oh, it's not there. That's strange. Should we try to reconnect it again? And perhaps take that one and try to reconnect it. You have something
It's
open?
connected
oh, it's
to this
presentation. Yeah.
Okay, I can
If you could just
maybe
escape the presentation.
okay.
Yeah. Then just go to the clip, and then I think you have a second.
Okay, I have the second
The-
screen.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Or you
This
can
is
just
the
turn off the mirroring. You can make it mirror.
yeah, I will
Yeah.
do it on mirroring. Exactly. It's maybe better. Setting. Mirror. Yeah, I'm on mirroring now. Right?
Moje výchozí hypotéza, a nevím, jestli to můžeš považovat jakoby za otázku, je vlastně jako jeden z těch impulzů z rodu toho hnutí videoartu jako na deficitu participace. A jestli bychom se vlastně o té participaci mohli pobavit.
No tak to je delivery, já mluvím česky. Tak o čem mluvíš, je vlastně to, že to má vlastně dva takový proudy v sobě. Jeden je ten, co to dovolil, abychom my, ta nová generace, nastoupila jako na tu scénu, a kdy jsme prostě my mohli jít a natáčet věci. No a tam ta další byla, že vlastně to médium, ta nová média se objevila jako nezávisle na tom jako nahrávacím systému jako na páček. Takže ta otázka toho, jak se to stalo, že jsme mohli tam existovat a najednou to všechno explodovalo a my jsme byli všichni nějak v takové komunitě. No tak v té době, řekněme koncem těch 60. letech minulého století, tam prostě se stala taková zajímavá věc. Ta celá generace se změnila. A nejen jako v kultuře a tak dále, ale také v těch sponsoracích jako těch institucí. Takže už to nebyli takoví lidé, takoví starší lidé, kteří se zajímali najít to umění, ale byli to takoví mladí lidé, kteří měli určitý důvody, proč nešli do války třeba a pracovali jako v těch Ford Foundation a Rockefeller Foundation. No a ti už měli taky svůj takový směr, jaký oni chtěli vlastně podporovat. Tak když jsme to tak všechno objevili v koncem těch 60. let, tak oni nás volali na telefon a říkali, tak pojďte, my si s námi o tom promluvíme. No a my jsme říkali,
Oni volali vás přímo, ne, že vy byste si vyhledávali oni takhle aktivní.
jsme nevěděli, že taková věc může existovat, víš. No a tak my jsme tam třeba jako těch funding organization, ty už měli aktivisti, kteří samozřejmě se zajímali o to, aby dali ty peníze na správná místa. Takže ta strategie toho, jak oni o tom šli, to oni si udělali svůj výzkum a už měli ten list těch lidí, který by oni chtěli prostě sponsorovat. No a pak to jenom tam dal jedna takový problém, že my jsme museli mít corporation, protože oni nám nemohli dát tak peníze, státní peníze, nebo jako, a bez toho, abychom nebyli incorporated. Tak oni nás ještě jako coached to it, takže my jsme potom dostali takový seznam těch advokátů, který prostě tomu rozumí a který nás tam nějak budou navigovat. A to jenom, vlastně my jsme byli náš druh byl víc problematický než jiný druhy, protože my jsme taky se zajímali o to jako art, to umění, který prostě to nebyla ta soudobá agence. To bylo prostě něco, co jako bylo takový ještě navíc. No tak nic, tak jsme se poradili, že jsme měli vždycky takový ty porady, nejenom my, všechny takový ty skupiny, které najednou tam měli.
Když říkáš my, tak myslíš tebe, Steinu,
no,
a tam to osazenstvo Kitchen.
No.
I think it's very interesting to all this interview. I'm sure that you have some here, but the concept from Woody, from the beginning, when I met him in 90s, in ZKM, 1996, they were very open, but very clever about they are doing art and they do something new. And but they got always funny way how to explain it. It was very interesting. And by the way, unfortunately I don't have it on the video because it's older. When I asked him in Karlsruhe for the first time how they got this money, because you have to write some projects and some calculation everywhere, you know, European project or here, city. And he said it was very simple in that time. It was like 1 page A4 with description what you want to do. And I asked, and you knew before what you will do? And Stena said, no, we didn't know, but we described on the page what we did the last year. And we got results after to show, and only obligation, they were talking, for example, for Rockefeller. It was really crazy time in that time, it seemed. We are talking about end of 60s, 70s.
Beginning of, we were talking about
The grant
for the kitchen.
Yeah. Even they got some personal grant for like for 2 years to work participation and other, and and it was very simple to, and he was explaining just they were called by these people from the foundation and ask you come and we will support you. It was very interesting part. Okay, I go back to, oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. After many years in the United States, where they co-founded the legendary experimental art space, The Kitchen in New York, Woody and Steina gradually returned to Europe. This was a key moment, not only for them, but for the European art scene as whole. Their work, deeply rooted in the American video art movement, began to resonate with a new generation of European artists. Their influence was particularly discovered in Czech Republic, where they become a major source of inspiration for younger artists and scholars, as we hear it just before from Tomáš. Woody and Steina returned to Europe with a clear vision. They weren't done experimenting. They continued to push the boundaries of electronic image and sound. Their approach to technology remained innovative and forward-thinking, constantly challenging the limits of what could be achieved with electronic media. Woody once said, "We realized that the most important thing was control of the image itself. We were interested not only in capturing reality, but in manipulating it, in understanding how the signal behaved." This quote perfectly sums up their artistic philosophy. For them, manipulating the electronic signal wasn't just a technical exercise. It was profound creative process that redefined our understanding of audiovisual media and video art. Okay, the Vašulka transition from the analog world of video to the digital realm was another key shift in their journey. In the next clip, Woody reflects on how this transition was not only a technical evolution, but also a conceptual one. They began with the video art that had a certain social and activist dimension, documenting the world in a way that felt urgent and necessary at the time, but as their practice evolved, that moved toward a more abstract experimental form of video art. Their work became more about exploring the inherent properties of the medium itself, light, color, frequency, and less about direct social commentary. In this excerpt from my video today, Vít Janeček again is debating the translation in their work from the analog to the digital world. He highlights how their early work involved analog tools like the scan processor, but notes that with the arrival of computers in the early 80s, there was a shift in focus. The interest began to move away from representing the external reality to exploring the interactions happening within the digital or virtual realm. He then asked if this interpretation of their artistic transition is correct or if it should be reconsidered. I show you the video clip, which is really where Woody describing his method. I need to go out of this. Go there. Okay, and it's 1947.
No, možná ještě, když jsme tady, tak by ještě bylo zajímavé se jako pobavit o tom rozhraní, kdy vlastně ty participations a tahleta jako část vlastně vaší práce je pořád vlastně spojená s analogovým světem. Jo? A ve chvíli, kdy vlastně jste začali vstupovat už do těch tak první fáze je, že jste vlastně začali pracovat s tím skenovacím procesorem, což ještě bylo pořád vlastně analogové, ale pak vlastně přicházejí už v první půlce 70. počítače a tam už se vlastně dá se říct, váš zájem o ten reál dost jako odklání, spíš jako o tu interakci, která vzniká jako uvnitř těch strojů. Tak tenhle ten vlastně odklon od toho reálu, jestli si myslíš, že to je, že to popisuju správně, nebo jestli to třeba odmítneš, že to...
No ne, tak i s kamerou můžeš dělat určité abstrakce, hovorovek, já na to nebyl jazyk na to, ale to znamená, že například my jsme koupili, první stroj, co jsme koupili, byl audio synthesizer, byl Patton. A ten už to dělalo prostě zvuky, které byly v tom prostě...
A to nemělo klávesy, to byl nějaký...
To byl, jako tam měli takový, jak to knobs, víš?
Jo.
A takže s tím jsme pozorovali obrazovku, že? A to jsme viděli, jak ta obrazovka se dá poskládat vlastně těmi dvěmi základními horizontální a vertikální sync. A jednou, jak už jsme na to přišli, tak potom jsme mohli dávat do toho ty kamery, originated image, a ty prostě už tam se dovedli ovládat, pohybovat se například ne vertikálně, jak televize obyčejně se jako když má špatný takový signál, tak on se točí tam jako film, víš? Ale když to děláš uměle, máš tomu clock, víš, tak s tím pohybuješ horizontálně. To byla taková jedna věcí, která nám změnila život, protože jsme měli vlastně tu kontrolu, ten vertikální, horizontální pohyb. A pak ten stroj, co se jmenuje scan processor, to má všechno tam má kolem toho je prostě, je buď lock, že zalokuješ ty fáze, a nebo je prostě tam taky ovládáš živý, že? Takže můžeš tím točit všelijak, dokonce děláš určitý jakoby hmoty z třetí dimenzi a tak dále. Takže v tom smyslu to bylo vlastně velmi inspirační, ten scan processor. A to má další historii, ale o tom, jako to máme v tom Eigenwelder aparatu, to jsme dali dohromady ten show v tom elektronika později. No tak.
It's, I think, very interesting because it's not evident to see the process, how he did it. Not only the technical process, which is very interesting, but also the discovery of this process itself, that they were really experimenting with these audio processors, synthesizers, and putting the signal, mixing the signal from the sound to video and back. And I think it was not it was voluntary process, actually, voluntary process to going from this performance participation period, let's say, to the something which is experimenting with the pure tools, that they are just technological tools, that they can create something new. But I believe even if Woody are not talking about it directly, that from the beginning they were like floating in this subversive feeling, like to do something funny, which is like against majority of the society in that time. And it was quite funny for them when they presenting the work. Imagine this work in 70s or 80s, and people came and asked them, you should repair your TV set. It's broken, because they had the feeling that it looks like what they have at home. It's a little bit like abstract art in painting, like abstract art in video. And Woody discussed how the transition to digital, which was later analogical to digital, changed his work or their work with Steina in profound ways. As Woody explained, digital technology offered a new kind of freedom, one that allowed them to break free from the constraint of the physical world and dive into the abstract possibilities of pure electronic manipulation. He also says that the digital shift was about more than technology. It marked a shift in their artistic vision, from documenting to deconstructing, from social commentary to pure exploration of form. Looking back on the careers of Woody and Steina, it's impossible to overstate their impact on video art. I don't know, by the way, but when he passed away, he got, probably you know it, but he got quite big article in New York Times, for example, and many other important newspapers around the world. Their return to Europe opened doors for generation of artists and theorists, many of whom continue to be inspired by their pioneering work. And for me personally, meeting them was a pivotal moment, one that shaped my own creative path and transformed my understanding of the relationship between art and technology. Thank you for all your time, and you can ask your question if you have any. Just small comment. This full video, it's like 30 minutes something, was put yesterday on YouTube. You can see it. I will give you the link after. Somewhere.
Time for questions, or we can also leave it for later. So yeah, thank you. I must say that it was thanks to Siant that I met first Steina and Woody. So it was also important to me there at Žižkov in Prague. And I believe that there are some other maybe archive materials connected to Steina and Woody that could be discovered. Yeah. So thanks, and I would like to invite our next guest, who is Miloš Vojtěchovský. Miloš Vojtěchovský is also one of the members of Vašulka Kitchen Brno. He's curator, art historian, and theoretician. And he personally met Vasulkas in Amsterdam in the 1980s. And he also curated some of the first exhibitions of Vasulkas. Specifically, he did a Steina exhibition at the National Gallery in Prague in 1996, I think in collaboration with Tomáš. And he collaborated. And Jennifer. And he lectured the history of new media at the Department of Theory and History of Art at FAVU, and also was a pedagogue at Center for Audiovisual Studies at FAMU. He was curator of the National Gallery in Prague, and he worked for Soros Center for Contemporary Art, and for a long time also for Gallery Školská 28. And he was initiator of Lemuria Radio and another independent projects. And so, yeah.
Maybe can we open the door because it's like in the kitchen.
Some people are cold.
Thank you very much. I have kind of not very serious discursive contribution to the history of Vašulkas. Yeah, Vašulkas in Czech Republic or Brno. It is kind of recovering, excavating of one of the kind of hidden line in their own archive, which I found in the Vašulka.org archive. Not everybody knows, but Woody and Steina made very complex archive of their work. I think in beginning of the millennium, supported by Langlois Foundation, but it's not so easy to orient yourself, to find a way in it. But anyway, by accident, I found one document which I built around this story. So it is the story about the Bohemia Institute. It was a concept idea which came, which I found in the letter of Woody to Gottfried Hertinger, who was the director of Ars Electronica. So in the beginning, I would try to not to get confused. So I argued that the mindset of Woody, and of course Steina, is rather complex and idiosyncratic, and is expanding the usual framework of so-called new media scene, of new media art, or whatever it is. His tendency and talent to absorb wide spectrum of influences from different fields and to order them in a system, to collect them and to preserve them for others, to distribute them, or could be as well the reason of this complexity, could be also the reason why there was for a long time kind of difficulties with understanding or interpreting or integrating their work in the wider cultural context. Even I think it's a positive value. So in the description, I'm using the strategy culture concept culture transfer, which is an art historian's invention in the 80s, which was used in the different histories of the European, but also non-European and European connection between different cultures. And it was meant as a reviving of the hegemony of the concept of influences. The idea of this culture center and power center and periphery, and the periphery was object of influences from the center. Transfer was an attempt to change this in more kind of mutual relationship between different parts of the landscape or mental and culture complex. So there's more kind of like gradient scale means it is beyond the possibility of time scale and my own expertise, to go deeper, but I'm just mentioning it as a possible way how to approach Vašulka's work in the complexity, like both being immigrants from Europe into American or United States culture, and then feedback of their influence from United States, back to Europe. Just in it's quite difficult to grasp still on there. I don't think there was no influence. There was a quite strong influence, for example, to the Czech culture scene, but at the same time, I think there was a lot of kind of misinterpretation of and I think it's one main concept of new media artists is one of the kind of reducing the complexity of Woody and Steina work in general. So this is one story which is called the Bohemian Institute. And why I called it Idol, because when I was Googling about Terence McKenna and Bohemian Institute, the word which I found in the archive.org of the Vašulka archive, I came to the interview with Terence McKenna in one of the first issues of this magazine of journal, which was founded in 1993 by Tom Hodgkinson, and this journal is still published, it's still existing. And I think I didn't know about it. I found it with this research, and I looked through it and I found this quite interesting. I see a kind of counterbalance to the Wired, the most famous journal portraits of the so-called California ideology, which is even now published in Czech Republic and Czech language. That's explaining the title, the idler. The idol is somebody who's kind of lingering, who's not, who's trying to step out from the mainstream to side stream, and as kind of like criticism of, let's say, the working ideology of the Protestant capitalistic system, which I think it somehow has some relationship with Woody and Steina approach, not only to the culture, but the world in general. And one more context, contextual information. This is a logo of the Santa Fe Institute, which is the multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary institute in Santa Fe, which was, I think, founded in 1988. After a few years, when Steina and Woody moved to Santa Fe, I didn't find any traces of any communication between the Vašulkas and Santa Fe Institute, but it is considered as the kind of leading research institute globally in the field of chaos theory or complex systems. And I am sure Woody and Steina knew about it. Maybe somebody has some report about it or more knowledge. I didn't find any trace of it. Now coming back to the core of the story. This is the series of the documentary interviews by Terence McKenna with participants of the 12th Congress of Transpersonal Psychology in Prague in 1992. And it is interesting to, I hope it is possible to play it. No. Mm-hmm. Je tam ten link, jo?
Jo. Tady?
Jo.
Ten trval.
Jo.
Dobře, tak musím tady.
Something has been lost from the Western vision of nature by the exclusion of the notion of spirit. Alchemy is more than a technique for the conversion of base metals into gold. It is the culminating metaphor in the search for a union of spirit and matter. And whether or not this union was ever achieved is as mysterious as much of the rest of this ancient city. This is Prague, and I'm Terence McKenna. And it's fitting that we should meet in this, the capital of ancient Bohemia. For Prague and Bohemia have always stood for intellectual innovation, chance-taking, and the life of ideas. Alchemy is an ancient art, one of the magical arts associated with dyeing and the gilding of metals and tracing its origins back to ancient Egypt. But its modern culmination is here in the city of Prague, where in the 16th century, under the patronage of the Emperor Rudolf, the great alchemists of Europe gathered and pursued their art. But whatever the success of the alchemists, they provide us with a metaphor for spiritual transformation that is extraordinarily.
Okay. So this was Terence McKenna, famous ethnobotanic and philosopher and kind of utopic thinker, believing in the transformation of human mind by psilocybin, by some psychotropic
means. And he actually made the documentary in 1992, which was proposed in 2 years before by Woody. Woody wrote this letter to Gottfried Hettinger, who was the director of the Ars Electronica several years, and was the main curator of the exhibition and catalog of Eigenwelt der Apparaten by Woody and David Dunn. So this is a letter, dear Gottfried, after conversation with Peter Weibel and after reflection of our interest in dialectics with the needs of the world as such, we decided that the best form of our participation would be the circumscription of a single field by a cooperative group comprised of 4 individuals: David Dunn, Terence McKenna, Steina and Woody Vasulka. And our collaboration is supported by the writer-poet Liz Rijmland, who we hope to include to our enterprise.
This explanation what they meant by circumscriptions?
Not really. No, we would have to ask Steina or
already dialectic and circumspection. It's really some action probably, but what exactly?
Yeah. This is the second part of the letter.
Now,
our inquiry would be mapped in the following way: acoustic consideration of digital space by David Dunn, electronic stage and dramatic interaction with Vasulka, in general the concept of theater of the hybrid automata, with visible language, Terence McKenna, demonstration by video installation, Steina. And the central concern of the new definition of space, which is the returning term of the item in Woody, talking about something which is beyond the machine, beyond the apparatus, is the space or signal, which we call a digital space. There is a text written together by Woody and David Dunn about digital space in the catalog. Okay, we will break down into perceptual and psychological categories, including the principles of acoustic space, pluridimensional space, the space-time dialectic between temporal and virtual domains, in a manner formulated and mediated through the concept suggested in the article titled Digital Space by Woody and Dunn. And of course, Peter Weibel and the copy note that Peter Weibel is involved, and he was involved. So this is the result of the project. In 2 years, they managed to make this like quite big inquiry of the study of the intersection between the engineering and artistic endeavor of making the new machines and how to use some kind of alternative way. The machines are originally designed for brainwashing or killing people. The original concept is also meant here in this epitaph, which is in the catalog. Do I believe that video meant anything significant? Was it a legitimate art movement? He's using this already past in the times. Will it be remembered, I suppose, if art in the future continues to be made electronically or becomes even more dependent on technology? Then the history of this movement shall be secure. If, on the other hand, technology should be rejected in the art making of the near or distant future, the efforts of this tribe, the tribe that worshipped electricity, as Jonas Mikas put it, will centrally lapse into obscurity. And just for another context, one of the articles, the catalog is written by James Crutchfield, physicist who later in 1999 and 2000 became part of the Eros and Techne Art and Science Laboratory in Santa Fe, and who is still running with David Dunn this small private institute in Santa Fe. There is certain similarity between this image and the Santa Fe logo, just for your information. And I'm just coming shortly. 5 minutes more. Okay. So this idea of physics and metaphysics in the over of Woody Vasulka, my personal opinion, not necessarily true, but I think that for Woody, the signal, and he was talking about it during after 50 years of his work, is kind of embodiment of his kind of transcendental or metaphysical sense of perception of the world, of the reality. In the interview, which is very interesting interview, which Chris Andrews made in 2000 with Woody and Steina, he says the idea that you can take a picture and put it through a wire or send it to another place, you can broadcast from one place to another. This idea is ultimate transcendence, magic, a signal that's organized to contain an image. This was no great decision. It was clear to me that there was an utopian notion in it. It was a radical system, and so there was no question of deciding that this was it. The new medium was open and available as just let you work without a subject. The end is slightly cryptic. And another quote, we've always been united by the interest in the signal. That was something that we could never think outside of any machine or an installation. But I was never interested in the object. I was interested in the screen only until about 10 years ago. In Steina's case, he was always interested in instrument, probably because of the violin, and she adopted these instruments as instruments of playing. But I always denied that because instruments came too easy to me. I knew that life was much more miserable, which is kind of unexpected if you accept this usual image of Woody, who is surrounded by machines, who is interacting machines, constructing them, rearranging, and kind of techno-fetishist approach. And there is this famous image of Woody standing naked in the studio in Buffalo, which is bringing back to this kind of sexual context or level of his relationship to machine. But it was from the beginning, which I think very controversial. He was always talking, creating his own kind of personal myth. That he became interested in machines when he was running here in Brno with fields where broken machines or airplanes, even with the parts of body, was kind of scattered around. But so I thought of trying to find the secrets of the metaphysical context of the time energy of this god. These were the highest goals. Okay. So in this different point of view, different perspective, I think that is also possible to find a different interpretation of his works, every works, as the vocabulary in 1973. It seems that the hand kind of symbolizes the homo, like the technician, somebody who is creating, dealing with the matter, and hand is a symbol of kind of mindset, controlling the matter, the object. But in this, let's say, maybe subversive point of view, actually the field around the hand is maybe the more important part of the whole image than the hand itself or the body or whatever. This is the book which was published in beginning of 90s by Ladislav Zadrobílek, who is the founder of publishing house Rigon, the image atlas of Hermetism. And I remember talking with Woody, maybe in the car from Amsterdam to Linz or somewhere, and we are passing Paderborn, German city, and he was saying, "Oh, this is the place where all these alchemists have made these experiments with flying machines." And then we started to talk about alchemy and Hermetism, and I told him about this book, and I think I sent the book to him with somebody. So it should be in his personal library in Santa Fe. I don't know if there is a plan to move it to Iceland or even to Brno, but definitely Woody was quite interested in the hermetic science as a kind of alternative, like the ancient alternative to the mainstream framework of the technology and art separation. And back to the subject of the documentary I was talking about in the beginning. This was the only one very successful conference in Prague in 1992, where Woody was mentioning in the letter to Gottfried Finger that the first part of the first goal of the Bohemian Institute would be to make a documentary about this event. The 12th conference called Science, Spirituality, and the Global Crisis was the World with the Future, organized by Transpersonal Association in the United States by elder expat and the same kind of level, or as Woody is Stan Grof. And this is what Woody was mentioning in the letter. The Institute first project will be a film to be shot in Prague during the international. I said it already. Funding of this project has already been secured. If we are able to create a compelling and beautiful film about the transformation of modern AI ideas in the ambience of Prague. Spring, we shall have a strong argument in the quest of financial angels willing to seriously support a long-term effort. Sorry. Okay. I probably have to skip some of the. This is the concept of the planned institute, which should be founded in Prague or in Marienbad. And I believe that Woody probably was conceiving together with Steina, and I believe that also with Terence. But what is quite interesting here to see that by this process we will make a positive contribution to the changes going on in Eastern Europe. We will be able to participate unhindered in a critique of the high technology industry and democracies we will have left behind, and critique that as we approach a certain, is sure to grow and intensify. Okay, it didn't happen. And this is Terence McKenna, probably a portrait made by artificial intelligence. Terence died in 2000. Last year he spent in Hawaii, and he organized it in 1999, and also kind of international films. Disciplinary conference where Steina and Woody participated. There is actually not so much a report about what they were doing there, or at least I didn't find it. But definitely Terence made quite impact on the Czech culture since his first visit in 1992. He was here actually before traveling from I think 1991 from Linz to Prague and maybe somewhere else with David Dunn and Rick Lyman. But nobody actually remembers what was the list. Maybe but she didn't wrote me back yet. And this is just short exposure of another personality of the Czech immigrant culture, Sten Grof, here during this conference in Prague, 1992, with David Bohm, the famous physicist. And here are the participants of the conference. There were about 1,600 participants coming from all world, and there's some red names are the Czech participants, at least which were mentioned. I personally wasn't there. I don't know if Tomáš said he was there. He was there. It was not so easy to get in. That was not easy. Yeah. But there are even 10 African drummers. This is another success story of the Czech art in the United States. Sten Grof with his new wife in Iceland, and here is Sten Grof in Vize 97 when he received the prize from Václav Havel Foundation. And here is the last, the Bohemian Institute, which it's supposed to become kind of node of the new culture in Prague, alternative space, combining performance place, something which you can relate to the kitchen in 71. In New York, it didn't happen, but 1995 did happen. Was founded and a terminal bar, which existed, I think, for 6 years, which had some kind of affinity with the original ideas of the Bohemian Institute. I'm mentioning here also the Floater Institute, which was also unrealized project in the second half of the 90s, happening in Prague. Sten Grof, Wilhelm Flusser, Woody Vasulka. I think they are the kind of triangle of the apostles, kind of new, different vision of the world. Terminal bar ended, I think, 2001 in kind of bad condition. This is the last information. There are maybe too much information. It's mentioned that Eros and Eros laboratory in Santa Fe, which is still existing, and Woody and Steina have been one of the founders. Woody, Crutchfield, and the big guy, the big guy on the right side. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing this secret spheres of Woody, which are not so well known, and I think there is lots of discoveries. Maybe there. Do you have some questions? We are running. Yeah.
You mentioned that there is a lot of misinterpretation of Vašulka's work, and I wanted to ask you if you feel that this psychotropic phase is the right interpretation, or what is your interpretation?
I don't consider myself as being an expert in Woody work, even if I helped curate the show and make Woody several times, but it is, I try to mention, I think Woody, even if I didn't meet him so many times, quite often mentions, and he said, like, you know, this is the dead end. This is the dead end. And I said, what kind of dead end? Art is the new media. This is the dead end. It is going in the wrong direction. And I think this is saying something about this kind of ambivalent approach to kind of philosophy of ideology of new media as something which can be very easily absorbed by the kind of entertainment and kind of capitalistic system as a kind of part of the balance or democracy or whatever. And behind the surface, there is a lot of kind of devious processes going on. And we are approaching kind of tendency for new totalitarian systems which are supported by totalitarian media, not necessarily totalitarian culture or cyber culture, but I think that Woody was aware of many of these things. He was not this new media, everything is like, everything has to be put aside from what is coming, a new episode or new age is coming with the connection, which I think even if he was quite sympathetic film with, for example, Gene Youngblood, but Gene Youngblood is a kind of good example of somebody who's projecting the better future, where we work in the society which is penetrated by the electronic networks, and everybody will be free. And it turns out in this 40, 50 years, it was completely wrong. Maybe not completely, but it was very simplification of the potential which is there, and open for misusing by the armed forces. Hermetic or alchemic vocabulary framework. So I don't have like clear explanation about his whole work, because I said it's quite complex. And I think everybody can pick up some part of it, but I think I haven't really, this interview with English curator is one of the best which it's on the possible to see on the website. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd like to introduce our next presenter, who is Jennifer Paris, also one of the co-founders of Vašulka Kitchen Brno. Jennifer was born in New York. She moved to Brno in 1993. Here she absorbed the Department of Photo Performance at VAVU with Tomáš Ruler. And she worked for a long time, and she's been still involved at VAVU. She's active as a performer, new media artist, curator, and musician. And she performed in throughout Europe and the United States. And she used to work in the media archive at VAVU and coordinated important exhibitions, high-tech art in Brno, also together with Tomáš Ruler. And with her presentation, we will move to contemporary curating approaches to Steina and Woody's work, because she will talk about the exhibition that I mentioned at the beginning, Sounds and Differences, that took place in Iceland and in Brno, and about the approaches to presenting audiovisual works nowadays.
Thank you. So thank you for having me. I'm glad that I can present some of this research that I was able to do while co-curating the exhibition Sounds and Differences. I was just going to just start talking about this particular project and jump into it. This morning when I was, like maybe many people do, like just looking at some posts that were coming up online, I came across this post. And I just wanted to read it and maybe kind of have it as a kind of preface to some of the things that will come up during what I'm going to talk about. So I took the liberty of translating. This is from Arts and Antiques magazine, and the text there says, Pierre Huyghe's exhibition at Punta della Dogana is undoubtedly one of the highlights of the year. From the reactions of the visitors of this year's Venice, it may seem that nothing else exists in their eyes, and the main event of the season, the biennial itself, is being overshadowed. The quest for inclusivity, the expansion of audience knowledge beyond the traditional boundaries of art, the introduction of completely unknown artists, the funding poured into national representations, the visibility of social, gender, and ideological minorities, and the work produced for communities by collectives are all overwhelmed by one white, borderline middle-aged male entering his second decade of dazzling stardom. When I read that, I thought to myself, how did we get here? Okay, so just keeping that in mind, because it's interesting that you'll kind of see some references that come up. Okay. So let me just do this. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry, the slides, there's a lot of text there, but it's not necessary to go through it, like to be able to read it. I'm going to read to you. Okay. So while there have been many instances of the presentations of the works of the Vašulkas and Gary Hill in myriad contexts, the exhibition project Sounds and Differences was a rare opportunity to explore the origin and generative aspects of sound, as well as focus on its role in the pieces and consider how it relayed and what type of audio equipment would best suit its presentation. The contemporary presentation of these works created an interesting challenge from a sonic perspective in terms of the genesis of sound and its treatment in a spatial environment specifically designed for this purpose. While developments in the field of psychoacoustics and the use of ambisonics could provide feasible entry points and perspectives leading to unique opportunities to highlight particular considerations and examinations of the work, it became apparent that taking liberties with artists' works, whether with their input or through certain assumptions, is unstable ground for a curator. In addition, limited funding and the outdated or lacking equipment in the institution's audiovisual inventory made it particularly challenging to consider higher-end and more complex audio solutions. It was in the spirit of the early electronic art pioneers and artists exploring the possibilities of new mediums and media who made the best of the equipment they could procure and experiment with that we approached piecing together various solutions, which included what was available, purchasing new equipment, and borrowing equipment from both institutions and individuals. I mentioned that also because the manifesto for the kitchen, I don't have it here as a slide, but I just wanted to read an excerpt of that to you because there is such a focus on sound. Welcome to the kitchen. This place was selected by Media God to perform an experiment on you, to challenge your brain and its perception. We will present you sounds and images, which we call electronic image and sound compositions. They can resemble something you remember from dreams or pieces of organic nature, but they never were real objects. They have all been made artificially from various frequencies, from sounds, from inaudible pitches and their beats. Accordingly, most of the sounds you will hear are products of images produced through sound synthesizer. Furthermore, there's time to sit down and just surrender. There's no reason to entertain minds anymore because that has been done and did not help. It just does not help, and there's no help anyway. There's just surrender, the way you surrender to the Atlantic Ocean, the way you listen to the wind, or the way you watch the sunset. And that is the time you don't regret that you had nothing else to do, the Vašulkas. So the Sums and Difference exhibition was mounted twice. Maybe I'll go here. Okay, this is a little slow. Yeah, the Sums and Differences exhibition was mounted twice. The first took place at LA Museum in Hveragerði, Iceland, and the second took place at the House of Arts in Brno. I actually, when I was asked by Christine Skeving to work as a co-curator on the exhibition, I took the opportunity to actually start a master's thesis and decided to focus the development of a sound design for the exhibition as part of that thesis. So the thesis traces approaches, influences, and experiences that ultimately led to audio solutions at the Brno House of Arts, which had varied levels of success, some being inconspicuous, which was a desired outcome, and others drawing too much attention, and yet others lacking effectiveness. Having had the opportunity to experience numerous audiovisual installations, both in large institutions, Centre Pompidou, IRCOM, Ars Electronica, and smaller independent venues, it was necessary to be realistic in terms of the expectations for mounting a show of work by these three artists. At the time, I took an active interest in exploring how audiovisual work was being installed, from high fidelity solutions, Gallery Rudolfinum in Prague, for example, to the use of studio monitor speakers for smaller shows, Belvedere 21 in Vienna, and independently run galleries which made use of older equipment, including a range of low-cost speakers designed for computers and the increasingly common Bluetooth speakers. So in the final thesis, I detailed each of the phases of development that comprise the resulting sonic solutions and designed for the exhibition project, focusing on the individual solutions for each work within the context of the overall sound design concept. So I'll go into the process a bit, and time permitting, I would present the development for the piece Borealis, Steina's piece Borealis. This is just some images of the Brno House of Art. I think many of you are familiar with the space, but just in case you aren't, those are just some images of the type of architecturally what it looks like. So in terms of research, one of the first things was revisiting the Vašulka interviews. So having been long acquainted with the works of all three artists from the mid-1990s, it was particularly interesting for me to revisit the Vašulka interviews shot with Woody and Steina by Aaron S. Davidson and compiled and edited by Melissa Dubbin from 1996 through 1998. It was important to understand how the Vašulkas were approaching their own work and what led to their early didactic approach and the development of the composition and aesthetic of that work. Inspiration was taken from two excerpts from these interviews, which are presented in the online video archive. The early premises of their work, their positions, and conclusions were important parts of departure in the early phase of my research into the relationship between sound and image in their works and how to approach the curation of an exhibition that included audiovisual pieces from artistic practices that span 5 decades and an ever-developing field of analog and digital tools. So these were the two clips that really stood out for me in this research. One is from Steina, and the clip is called Unified Medium, Image from Sound, Sound from Image, Violin Power, MIDI Violin, Spontaneity, and Play. And I just have a very short quote from that video piece, and it says, "From the very first moment of video, we knew that video was like audio, and audio was like video. It was the signal, it was the frequencies and the voltages, and we knew that we had a unified medium. We were totally obsessed with it." The second video that I chose was Woody's, called Deconstruction of the Image. And the quote I chose from that interview is this: "It still is in fact a struggle to try to identify or try to determine your work through, for example, digital code or program or assemblage of these command structures of codes that then eventually have some meaning. So this is still a very open kind of thing in my practice. I will never be very comfortable with it because compared to the human experience, like a seat at a symphony orchestra with a conductor, the power or control over that code is immense. It's so gigantic in its scope, in the bit stream, in the amount of information that goes immediately through the channel, which is just coded in a very small movement of the hand or body language with an attitude or gesture. These are really stunning bandwidths of information." So this is really this experiential, this way of putting that digital, understanding of this image that's being transmitted, really honoring the experience of life and like being in the world as well, and very much focused on the experience of music or sound. Okay, so this is the Punta della Dogana, which is the venue that I mentioned in the first quote. So I did get to see Bruce Naumann's contrapposto studies at Punta della Dogana. So viewing the exhibition was an important experience in terms of imagining an exhibition environment for sums and differences. Contrapposto studies opened in May of 2021 and ran through November 22 at this venue. The exhibition was curated by Carlos Basualdo and brought together a wide range of works by Bruce Naumann from his early video artworks, sound art pieces, and new large-scale video works. Naumann's nuanced physical performance works and sound pieces, his minimal and contemplative explorations of space and medium, were placed and installed with incredible attention and sensitivity. Naumann's works unfolded both visually and orally as one moved through the environment of the pristinely renovated historical custom building. "It's a show with nearly no objects," this is a quote. "It's just sound that takes you through." So Naumann's piece, you can see it here in the upper left corner, Digital Sound Wall, Acoustic Wall. This is a piece from 1970. It was encountered approximately halfway through the exhibition and was audibly really bifurcating the show in two parts. The piece consisted of an acoustic wall built from layers of clearly visible wallboard material and acoustic material. As part of the Vašulka Kitchen program for Brno's Museum Night, we invited Finnbogi Peterson, who was invited to also a residency program in Ústí nad Labem at the time, and he created his homage to Nikola Tesla called Tesla Tune, and the piece remained installed at the House of Arts for approximately 10 days. The sound that's heard from the work is an alternating current transformer that's led through a programmer, time-adjusted frequency, equalizer, and switch box. The channels, it channels the sound through several different outputs. And so you have this very low 50 hertz frequency that's kind of, you know, going through the different speakers and resonating in the space. So during the time that the piece was, that it inhabited the foyer of the Brno House of Arts, it had to be turned off and on for visitors, since the sound was too invasive and permeated the gallery's office spaces to a significant degree. At the time, there were 2 ongoing exhibitions in the gallery, which raised important questions and concerns about how to manage site-specific works that are, to put it bluntly, loud. It was also a premonition of the issues that would come up after the installation of the Sums and Differences exhibition. So in order to ascertain what would be the experiential acoustic aspects of being in the space and in the building, we did a kind of walkthrough of the building where the individual characteristics of the spaces were described. So this was in order to kind of get an idea of how to place these works within that space. So the oral characteristics, the acoustic profiles of the artworks themselves, but also the spatial and experiential aspects of the works from a visual perspective kind of took precedence. So the idea that, you know, we have an audiovisual work, so much emphasis is placed on really that kind of, you know, that visual, physical encounter with the piece itself. And so obviously that really does take charge when it comes to deciding where you're going to put the pieces in the space. So this was getting to this moment of trying to like conceptually decide what would the final, you know, the final version of these works placed in this space look like. The artworks in the Sums and Differences exhibition project were positioned conceptually throughout the House of Arts based on the curatorial placement design developed for the AL Museum. So we wanted to kind of mirror that experience for the exhibition in Iceland. Gary Hill's placeholder, in which there's a strong physical presence of the artist himself, was a natural choice to open the exhibition. Single-channel video viewing stations were placed in the right wing of the foyer. And in this instance, the videos were 3 running playlists for each artist rather than being a viewer on-demand kind of setting. This created an ever-evolving composition between the 3 artists' works. And then the exhibition continued into what's called the Jaroslav Král Gallery with works Electromagnetic Objects and Bad by Steina, Photographs and Prints. And I'll show, if we have time, I can show you just a quick walkthrough of the space so you can get more of an idea. Okay, I think we can move on from that. So this was the upper floor. And sorry, this is the lower floor when you come in, and this is the upper floor. So here, this is just a list of the placement of the different works that we included in the piece. So there was this part of the idea was this idea of like visitor flow. I mean, I know that sounds very kind of, you know, something you would think of more if you were visiting, I don't know, Disneyland. But the idea was that, you know, how is it that people are going to move through the space? How are they going to encounter these works? And of course, you can't know how people are going to decide to move, but we had to come up with some kind of like conceptual trajectory for people going through the space. Mapping out a trajectory was an important preparatory phase in considering the overall acoustic treatment of the spaces. Its concept was focused on creating oral interactions that would be consecutively revealed in order to catch the viewer's attention sonically, emphasizing the auditory experience of Steina, Woody, and Gary's audiovisual work. The potential path through the exhibition was mapped out in this following succession. So you can see kind of going through the lower floor, moving through the different, the different rooms. And then this was also important in terms of thinking about how to do gallery talks and how to move with visitors like through the work that we're presenting there in order for it to kind of have a logical flow. Okay. So we conducted an acoustic measurement of the House of Arts. This was carried out prior to the exhibition. I do have to give credit to Professor Jiří Šiml from VUT, and also his doctoral student, Šimon Skvaril, who assisted myself and Ladislav Mirvald, and several of the students from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Communication at the Brno University of Technology. So the idea of conducting a sound study of the frequency response and reverberation time of the gallery spaces at the House of Arts was to become familiar with the characteristics and physical properties of the site in which very specific audiovisual works with diverse frequency ranges would be installed. It was also an opportunity to create the groundwork for what could serve as the documentation of best practices for exhibiting works with significant audio content on site. So it really was a way of trying to think about, okay, this is a good opportunity to, to conduct this kind of research around the experience within the space, but it could be something that the institution could use also moving forward in a way to think about, how they could adjust, the spaces, or even think about equipment that they could acquire in order to present works like this. That, I think, is one of the challenges also that, maybe we can get into in a more informal conversation about, how is it that these works are to be presented today? And, that's a very interesting point of discussion. The primary problematic or conflictual aspects of the space are the open architectural spaces, which are interconnected via staircases. So the entire space is almost like a conch shell. So like all of the sounds are sort of just reverberating and moving through the space. Yeah, I'm going to move forward because we don't have so much time. Okay, so these were the frequency responses. This was, the results of this study that we did. And, in order to really understand the relationship between the two, there was, it would be necessary to really look at what was the, we use the spectrogram of, or the frequencies of the different works that we were looking at, so you can get an idea. So this is bad and electromagnetic objects. So you can kind of see this very, it's a very broad spectrum range. And we actually wound up putting bad and electromagnetic objects together in one space and trying to, this is a spectrogram of borealis. So borealis is white noise. So it's a sound of waterfalls. So it's basically white noise. Okay, let me move forward here. I think I have an image. Yeah, okay. So these are these acoustic walls. So you can see the kind of inspiration from the experience of the Bruce Nauman exhibition and trying to think about how to use materials in order to somehow deal with the acoustic space. And actually, I do show this because this is an image that was taken from Vašulka, Vašulka.org. Where you can find like very detailed documentation of the Vašulka's installation work, where they do give indications about how to deal with the space. And so this sound and light trap is something that Steina includes in her documentation of Borealis. So you can see there are two options. So we went with this second option here, and this is the type of treatment that we chose. So from the inception of the exhibition project, it was clear that it was necessary to create this acoustic isolation. And yeah, I mentioned the light and sound traps. I have here also, this is an interesting aspect just of the architecture of the building and how it was necessary to really deal with, you can see the front facade there all the way on the right where, this kind of glass wall that goes between the two floors, there's this open space between the two floors. And so you're really getting, you have Gary Hill's vocabulary pit piece, which is, really enunciating, and it's like a really loud piece with like a poem that he's has like the decibel level of like 75, 80. And as soon as you came in the building, you could hear it just echoing throughout the entire building. So it made it really difficult for the people even who were working in the building. So we had to put that material to isolate the two floors. I did include this like audio list. This is just, I know you can't read it, but I think it's interesting to think about how institutions are able to really deal with the installation of audiovisual work when they are not punto della dogana, and they can't really afford to have these kind of very high-end versions of installing work. But that said, I thought what was very interesting was working with, we have three artists, one who's here and could come and be on site. That was Gary Hill. Then, Steina, who we can contact and speak with and, get advice on how we should do things, but couldn't be, for health reasons, physically on site. And then Woody, who unfortunately is no longer with us and therefore cannot really give us any indication other than by researching other instances of that work and how it was presented. So yeah, let me move to Borealis. That's the last thing I want to show you. So Steina's monumental installation Borealis was in addition to the exhibition project at the Brno House of Arts. It was originally envisioned for LA Museum, but the spatial restrictions didn't allow for its realization. Borealis was shown at the House of Arts in 1996 as part of what can be considered a retrospective of Steina's oeuvre within the context of the high-tech art exhibition organized by the Video Multimedia Performance Department at the Faculty of Fine Arts. Showing the work again after 27 years presented significant challenges, not the least of which was the challenge of creating two split beam projections without the dichroic glass that's detailed in the Steina's documentation of the piece. It's so interesting when we were putting this piece up and we were referring to this work that was installed in 1996. I have no idea how we did it. It was just really a big challenge, and it's very impressive to think about how it was done at that time. Initially, the Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe was contacted with a request for them to loan the work, which is in their collection. This wasn't financially possible, so the work had to be recreated on site in Brno, for which we had Steina's permission to do. There wasn't any information regarding the audio solution for the 1996 installation, and the only information available online for Borealis was that there should be 4 speakers and that the treble should be normal and bass at maximum. Yeah, so I don't have it here, it's on Vašulka.org, but there's this, just this clip of or this image of sound and image adjustment. She also mentions the image. So, of course, for taking from this documentation as well, it was, important how Steina also has the video projector set up. So there is a drawing about these 2 circles, how they interact, where the screens should be on those 2 circles, or those 2 circumferences. We used 4 projectors. And in the beginning, we were so, very concerned about how we were going to make this work as 2 projectors that were, splitting onto 2 screens, which, of course is possible, but for our installation crew, it was a very big challenge. And Steina just said, well, why don't you just use 4 projectors? I just was floored. I just thought, wow, to me, that had just been, even the experience of that work, that had been such an integral part of or I thought it was an integral part of that experience. And I think that one thing that I've always found very fascinating about the Vašulka's work is that level of flexibility that they're willing to have. There's also a very interesting interview with Steina where she says, you get invited to show your work, you know, you come in and they want to have it completely prescribed, like how it's supposed to be. And she said, it's like a kiss of death. So it's like this idea of being able to really work with the space, have these new kind of possibilities of how to like reimagine the work in these different spaces, I think was a really generous and interesting finding. Okay, so there's two walkthroughs here. So this was also a very interesting thing to me. I was thinking about, okay, how can, you know, I knew that the House of Arts had done some documentation of the exhibition, and they had someone doing it professionally. And so, you know, I kind of had this moment where I thought, wow, we didn't do any documentation of this exhibition, like a video documentation that would somehow like honor all of this work that we had done from an oral perspective. So when I asked him for the videos, he sent them to me and I said, there's no sound. And he said, oh yeah, we do sound in post-production. So it was just this thing also of thinking about how, wow, like in this day and age, everything is really about these kind of like appearances. How do we create the experience of what something was rather than what something really was based on the materials that were being used, which I felt is like so diametrically opposed to the type of performative approaches that, you know, maybe Tomasz was talking about in his talk. So I can show you these. Hopefully I can get them to be, sorry, I can get it to work. Okay, I'm sorry, that's really small, but it'll just give you a sense of. Okay, so this is just coming into the foyer with Gary Hill's piece, and I will try to find if I can.
There's no sound.
There's no sound for these particular images, yeah. So let me stop that. So I'm going to bring up another video that does have sound, or I'm going to try to. And so, but while I'm doing that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yeah, thanks for your attention.
Slowly. Jo?
Jo, tady to je.
Double or nothing. Up the ante. I'm out. To the goalpost. Problems. Algorithms. Prefix. Outcomes. How come? Algorithms find you out. How far out? Impossibilities are suspect. Pronouns are suspects. Got your PGP straight? Come on. Come on! Stop the double talk.
oral spaces that like made up the entire exhibition. So yeah, we're working with quite a spectrum. So also like, interestingly enough to think about how they're working with sound in the pieces of the cities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it was very interesting to hear what was behind the process of making these exhibitions happen. And I suggest that we leave the questions for lunch break because we are running out of time. And I would like to introduce our last presenter before lunch break, who is Steina Brno, who is a visual artist, producer, also a long-time friend with Vašulkas, whom he met in 1986, thanks to his revival. Brno is the author of Vidox technology, which enables the transformation of a video signal into thermal paper and into a moving image, author of films, and he was also the founder of Media Archive, which opened in Prague in Národní třídě in 1992, like a collection of media and video art. And he also worked as pedagogue in some institutions. And so I'm glad that he will share with us some memories, I guess, and some archival material. And as I said, he also brought some personal items from Woody Vasulkas.
So we were spoken about immigrants, and we were re-immigrants. Long time abroad, as Woody Vasulka was not exile Czech. He was not escaping. But although other people, he spoke about Stanislav Gross, we were in exile, yeah? And then we became re-immigrants, coming back to Czech Republic. We were called by Goethe Institute in Prague re-immigrants. Bělický, Vašulka, Brno, re-immigrants. And you were also re-immigrant. I mean, this is important. This politics played very big role, yeah? The KGB, STB, the secret police was behind Vašulka. He was scared all the time. Various Really. And even he told me, I came to New York in 1965, and every time I came later in the 70s in the Czech Republic, they knew about me, and there was somebody I met in the ministry, and later I met him in New York by party. Some stool pigeon from secret police, so I was very careful. And his all visits were incognito in Czech Republic. 70s, 80s, nobody knew about Vasulka, anything. Did they know in Brno about it? Nobody. Me too, at 60, he was introduced to me by Peter Bible. Everything what became successful with Vasulka, it was Peter Bible behind it. He was, since 78, in Buffalo. There's a big book here in the shelf, Buffalo Heads, released by Peter Bible. This is released by Peter Bible. And this is a contract for Vašulkas to go around the United States and preparing exhibition for Ars Electronica 1992. And Vašulka was paid by Bible. This was a huge project. He was traveling half year to the United States, and he visited all these developers, Petra and all those people. Huge project. Bible developed finances for all those books and everything. He was supporting all the time the Vasulkas, yeah. He is the founder of Ars Electronica. He spoke about Ars Electronica. Everybody spoke, but who developed Ars Electronica? He was Peter Bible, 1981. He initiated, and he is going to do sponsorship. He could speak with the industry. Huge project, Ars Electronica. Every time was Woody invited there, and I met him in Graz, and there was another festival made by Peter Bible, Chaos, called Chaos. Who is this guy here? How was the work presented by Woody Vasulkas? It didn't come on television at all. How could you meet him? This was a special circle of people. Some video festivals started in the 80s, started in Germany slowly. I left Czech Republic 81, and 85 Bible came to Kassel, and this time were slowly coming video festivals. And this was Videonale won, Woody won finally big prize award for Art of Memories. Art of Memories was something so special that the people, this is his sculpture, electronic sculpture from the piece Art of Memory. It's 30 minutes long, and as it came to Europe, everyone was absolutely shocked. What is this? How the Americans can so clearly make a keying, yeah, so exact in the nature. This is the camera rotating in Santa Fe, and Woody is presenting such a memory houses, Art of Memories, and he's going through the history of last century. So it came from Ars Electronica, Videonale, big prize, and this was in NTSC. You should remember that in the last century it was a big problem. Electronic picture in US, in Japan was the same. NTSC, we call it never the same color. NTSC, yeah. It was really matchy and so yeah. But the Americans had it, the Japanese had it, and they developed those portables. But now the Japanese had those things over the shoulder. 1970 already, video portable. Yeah. They forget it in Europe like this. Something here. So this was over 20 years misunderstanding, absolutely non-communication between this part of the world, Japan, US, and Europe. And all tape you could see
was very complicated transfer. So, Ars Electronica, Video Nálep, Peter Weibel, ZKM, you spoke about this. Who was the chief of ZKM? Peter Weibel.
Hans-Peter Schwarz.
Yeah, Clock and Schwarz was the chief of the museum and Clock he invented, but later came.
But at the beginning it was Jeffrey Shaw.
Jeffrey Shaw first.
Yeah, Jeffrey Shaw.
Okay, I have two short documentaries. You can see them online. We have not very much time now. You got the link, yeah, and you can see. But this evening I will send you, will put it on the. And I showed the very last thing about the kitchen. About the kitchen, how would it? Yeah, this will be on the Czech, yeah? In Czech language.
Kein Problem.
Kein Problem. Ne, tak to dáme od začátku napřed, dáme od začátku jenom takovou legraci. Kdy byl trumpetista, já jsem mu kupoval trumpety a hudební nástroje. Trubky byl jazzman, ovlivnil
Pane profesore, zahrajte do pochodu.
Nemůžu už.
Jo, teda manželka táhne takovou těžkou...
Když neklapal asi 10 nebo 15 let.
Vidíte klapnzí.
Vidíš to tady, to normální?
No vidím, zahrajte tuš.
To nehraje.
Krásný. Thank you very much. Bylo potěšení. Takže... Já si to tamhle pálí peče. A ještě olivček. Profesor Chvazí. Teďka tě filmuju, teď se dívej. What? Yes, Liz. This is Woody.
She first time saw me in the video.
I tried to become artist with Vasulka coming to Santa Fe to become artist.
Pane profesore, co hledáte?
Ano, hledám malou krabičku a pořád teda z toho historii se to zmenšuje a zmenšuje.
No.
Až nakonec budeme muset mít nějaký pomocný psy, ale pak musíme naučit ty psy napřed mluvit, no, slyšet a rozumět a oni pak potom najdou, protože oni se strašně baví.
Ale jste říkal,
tohle obsahuje něco, co bývalo asi 16 kg. A teď to prosím ani, to by se dalo spolknout, víte? To mě prostě dráždí.
A co konkrétně teď hledáte? Co?
Tak tady máme ten starý BNC,
ano,
který je naprosto mechanický a je to strašně těžký.
Kudy tam vleze, ukažte.
No a to se musí, to musí...
Jo, vleze tam, výborně.
No, tohle to se musí změnit a tady to musí
výborně.
Tady to byl ten fakt.
A v jakém okruhu ještě má být Grass Valley, tady transcoder, jste říkal? Jste hledal?
No tak
to je
když
asi...
dneska už hledáme nějaký...
Je to...
Pojďte.
Ano.
Tak když vidíte, co hledáme, tak například... Velmi důležitý krabičky, že? Menší a menší, a to už jsou tak stejně udělaný. A už jsou tak mají stejný lesklý povrchy a kloužou s rukou a padají na zem, víš? A takže je to úplně... Vidíš tu gramotnost, nebo negramotnost? A to mám takový ty věci, co se stočí do něčeho. Celý svět.
Ale Vašulka, tomu je nějaký ten TCN. And it doesn't say what it is. Yeah, but you must start putting it together into a plastic bag.
Plastic bag. On říká, že to klouže z ruky, takže když to bude... Je taky možný, že to je nakrmený odsud, ale určitě tam má velmi. Tak já musím říct...
I didn't
something called DC. Já myslím, že musíme najít někde v okruhu 10
Tady, halo, tady na vás jsem. Halo.
Tady ta populace je nesmyslná, ale stroje a lidé erotický mají takovou afinitu, že možná to dělají takovou bariéru, to je procreation, víš, toho množení. Tak v tom smyslu potom mělo být...
Tak to je další, ještě jenom nakonec, co říkal o Kitchen, jo. Woody to založil, že jo, oni byli dva a udělali si incorporation SROčko, ale k tomu potřebovali třetího, to byl ten litevský, že jo, Janik, a aby mohli brát ty Rockefeller. OK. Ale on bude stejně mluvit česky potom, prostě tady nakonec. Woody speaks about the rise and fall of the kitchen, yeah? And I asked him to the 40th anniversary why he did not invite him at all. In New York, they ignore him. If you look on the pages by the kitchen, you click through on the 50th page, on the very, you find the co-founder Vašulka. They were not co-founder. They were found this pair, this Woody and Steina, the family Vasulka established kitchen. That's it. They are not co-founder. They invented it. They called it. They invented the name for it. Everything. But they are totally ignored by the history. So the very last thing. Tak to prostě teďka zase? No, tam. Já se ptám.
Asi je to prostě sociální inovace, možná přesto. A tak měl v tom ještě takový sen, aby se přidali té revoluci, což bylo velmi ironické. Tak to všechno nějak začalo.
Začátek Kitchen, you can see it on the web later. On the film, there are only 3 minutes now.
Nám ostatní, to bylo všechno napřed z toho grantu, co jsme dostali, ale prostě stalo se to jakoby to bylo organizované, ale stejně se to rozdělí ty věci podle zájmu, že si přidali. V Americe, když prostě něco řídíš a ovládáš, tak ty nechceš, aby tam by bylo něco v minulosti, víš?
Takže to je koncept, to je prostě plán zatajit Vašulkovi.
Jenom jednou jsme byli pozvaní na nějaký výročí, vzpomínám na výročí kuchyně, a ukázali nás tam jako takový zvláštní artefakt. Bez toho bychom dělali příliš žádný statementy, ale nemohli to jako to zapřít, protože už v té době už jsme byli legenda, tak nemohli nás obejít.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's translated, yeah?
Yeah.
So they just said that in America, when you control something, you don't want there to be any history to it. And, they invited us years later to one function. We were kind of there as these like artifacts that were being
Stačí, to si může, ten druhý film kousek, Jeffrey Shire was the inventor, he was once in Prague and FAMU, but I met him in San Francisco 2011,
and he speaks in English, of course, and this is 20 minutes long. Very good analysis, but I show 1 minute, a minute, I show, and later you have it online.
Yes.
I show only 1 minute now.
Okay.
Please.
So Jeffrey, you met Vasulkas in the kitchen, or?
This is the kitchen. This is how the Vasulkas started the kitchen. They started with this in New York, and I met them in Buffalo in 1976. We're recording? Okay. And through the University of Buffalo. This is, I didn't meet them in the kitchen, but I did attend their kitchen in their loft in Buffalo. They were in the water building in the red light district, and they had a loft near Allen Street, but it was funky, and the water building had a vault where they used to store film, and so they were able to store all the videotapes in this old film vault. So their loft on the second floor of the water building had this film vault where all their videotapes were stored. It was cool, it was temperature controlled, and they had this basic, I don't know, 1,000-foot open space, and they turned it into a living and work facility. And I would come by in the evenings and fix their gadgets at first the first year, and then after a while, after I got better, or they trusted me, I started building them things that I didn't know how to fix. So first things we dealt with, so I dealt originally with the analog side of the video. And the first thing was a little bit of repair, you know. But the first thing that started with Woody is they wanted me to build a typewriter. So they had a, it's okay if I talk about this. Okay, so I met Woody and Steina. My first thing was, it was about 76, and they came by the video committee where I was fixing broken board packs and that kind of stuff, or trying to fix the broken board packs, sounding the cable. And they needed, Woody said, oh, you're a big smart guy. Why don't you build us, and he hired me to build him a character generator. What they wanted is they had a George Brown sequencer, colorized sequencer keyer, multi-level keyer. And you could never figure out which one of the inputs was in front and which was in back. They wanted something that would put up numbers 1 to 6. So they used to do cameras. They had 6 cameras with little pieces of alphabet blocks or something. And so they wanted to build a character generator for 1 through 6. So they got me to build this character generator. So I found some video game chip that would put up numbers. And I built this little board, and I got it to work. I said, Woody, look, it's great. He said, I don't care about it anymore. Why don't we do something else? So once I showed him it working, he said, we don't want to do that. I said, thanks for showing me. And then they started showing me their equipment. They showed them I could build it. It was like a student project. And so the first thing was building a character generator that put up a number. And it worked. And then we ended up never using it, and never put it into, and they just stopped using it because the stuff we did was more interesting.
So you can see it on that. It's funny 20 minutes. Very smart guy explaining really exactly how the techniques are working. So to the Vasulkas, I had a connection. They came to us all the time, incognito, 80s. They were living in my house of the earth, and in my rooms. So I was visiting them 5 times, Vasulkas, and that's it. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. We will very much like to have all your unique material in our archive and online. So yeah, I haven't seen anything. So
And I will share it. Yeah, you can share it. All right, because by Vasulkas was copyright.
Copyright.
Yeah. Do you know what does it mean? Copyright. Copy it right. And they gave everything to everybody. But don't.
Can you just shortly say what you wrote? Like
I wrote, yes. So on the film, you see Jeffrey Shires keeping those things in the hand and explaining what it is. video amplifier. This is of the movies. I brought it. This is Vasulka's equipment from the Santa Fe. This is power. Of course, this is the tube. But Woody here dealing with use it, and this is over there. This is his head. Yeah. This is his head. He was made, and this is. he was wearing this by technique. Strojírenský plášť, modrý strojírenský plášť, to používal jako župan. To je rakouský strojírenský plášť mého otce. On si rozuměli s mýma rodičema velice rádi moji matku. Takže tohle to tam, no modrý, on je ze strojírenské rodiny. Jeho otec, on se prostě modrý cítil úplně nejlíp, jo. Takže tohle to jsou, tohle je kamera, ohromná kamera. Tady je ten štílený. Vašulkovi pořádku se transportovali. Jo, to vozili ty přístroje. Jo. Flight case.
Musíme skončit.
So it was nice performance, and now there is lunch break, and we will meet here again at 2 o'clock, I hope, with everybody. And for the guests, we have the reservation in the place nearby. It's a vegetarian place, so you can join us. We can go together if you want. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to the afternoon program of our symposium. I would also like to welcome people who are watching us online. And just one remark that if you have problems with sound online, it's better to watch it on YouTube instead of on Zoom, but that's just so I would like to again so again for our online viewers who is watching us online and you have problem with sound, it's better to switch from Zoom to YouTube where the stream is also going. Thanks. And now I would like to introduce our next guest, who is Gabi Peers from Amsterdam, who is founder and director of LIMA, which is international platform for sustainable access to media art. Previously, she was a coordinator for the collection, preservation and related research at the Netherlands Media Art Institute in Amsterdam and head of the collection of the Theatre Institute Netherlands in Amsterdam. She participates in national and international networks such as the Foundation for the Conservation of Contemporary Art and other institutions, and is lecturer at Amsterdam University and research fellow at Exeter University. And she will, in her presentation, she will deal with one specific work, Violent Power, and she will explain us what research was going on around it.
Yeah, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm taking a slightly different approach. As a distributor and an institution where lots of works are preserved, my approach will go more into that direction, how to present these works over time. Before I go there, I will tell a bit about LIMA, what LIMA is. I tell a bit about our reinterpretation program, and then I go into the case studies with Violent Power. Montevideo was founded late 70s. And Lima is 10, 12 years old, but an institution in a long line of many institutions, and the first one was Montevideo, founded by René Coelho. I wanted to say the one with the moustache, but yeah, the dark thing on, inspired by artist Livinus van der Bunt. And he started Montevideo, a gallery, a production place for media art that grew into a national institute in the Netherlands. And there were strong connections with the Vasulkas since the early 80s. They came and visited very often. We have so many footage of so many workshops and talks and people hanging out and nice conversations. And but they're also in our distribution catalog. That's the thing here, my side. Whereas in the early 80s already, works of them were distributed by Montevideo. And Montevideo was one of these places, as many, that are the Vasulkas sent their work to. They had this really, I would say old-fashioned, or old school model in distributing, like giving everything to everyone and it will survive. So there are many places that have their works and deal with their works, and we're one of them. Now it looks a bit more like this. We are based in a former pathological anatomical lab, Lab 111. And here you see our library and some equipment. Lima is a knowledge institute for media art. Lima is an archive. Lima is a distributor. Lima is a library. Lima is a place for preservation. You can also come to Lima with old material, let's say laser discs, ROMs, VHS tapes. If you're an artist, you can come. And then you can sort it out yourself. We have most of the equipment ready to use. We do a lot of preservation research, and check out the website. Currently we're doing a lot of research into net art and art that's made with social media. But also, since the 1st of this month, a project has started related to Amiga works, so works made in the 80s, 90s with Amigas. We're not only preserving the works we have as a distributor, but we're also preserving and storing many works for other collections in the Netherlands, basically, but also working for Pompidou and other collections. We are not a big organization, we are very much a network organization. And in the Netherlands, we have the Network for Digital Heritage, we have the Foundation for the Conservation of Contemporary Art, there is International the Digital Preservation Coalition, and there is a network for archiving, design and digital culture. Amongst others, these are the networks we are involved in. So we have heaps and heaps and heaps of tapes and equipment. And of course we could do hours about talking how things can be preserved, and that preserving is not a thing at once, but actually it asks for continuous updates. But what's very important is to document works. So not only the technological part, but the metadata, the concepts, the artist's opinion about the work, and so on, the reflection. I said we have this long history with working with the VASULKAS. I went through my archive, and the first presentation I ever did about VASULKAS was in 2006. Invited by Siant and others, we researched Jumilia at the time. And to be presented at Instant Video in Marseille. And together with Ramon Coelho, I researched this work. And here already the question was, how should it be, or how shall it be presented in the future? How should it be interpreted? What decisions should be made in order to reinstall it? And see, at the time they were not thinking about projections, they were still thinking about the monitors. And we installed it in Amsterdam and in Marseille on these piles of monitors. At that time, there was a lot of information online, also with Lampois starting, but also their own archive, where it seemed that there was a clear instruction how to deal with the works. But then Jennifer already told about this variability and the flexibility they had. So actually, you could find a lot of information how you could deal with it, but you also could do it differently. So this was always the exchange with the artists to see how these works could be installed. And I'm coming from theater, so for me that's fine, totally fine. Every installation of an amulet is a different one, and it's supposed to be a different one. But in contemporary art, that's not so done like this. So there are many conversations, especially within the preservation community, how to deal with that, and there still are. But also for a long time already, there are a lot of signs that media art is performative, but also media art requests more flexibility in presenting the works. So if there will be an article for the book, I will write a bit more about that. But the works have to change over time because the function of the equipment. And not only that, but also imagine the context of the works. Imagine, for instance, we have a lot of works that come to us to be repaired, and these are huge touch screens. They're not broken, but they cannot swipe. where everyone now wants to swipe. So there are a lot of contextual information needed, content-wise, but also technologically to look at this work and to see how these works can be understood, not only in the past, but also now and in the future. If we would present currently Geomenia in this pile of monitors, then probably the work will be a lot of ohs and ahs, and a lot of positive sounds, but it would feel very dated. And if you're making an exhibition with elder work, you have to keep that in mind all the time. Is it possible to see the work without this apparatus? Don't step into the trap of apparatus nostalgia. Discuss with the artists what are the possibilities. And sometimes, maybe often, you should struck to the equipment, but very often you could also do a more experimental way in presenting it. Translating it to new audience, to new understanding, maybe to new media. We do digitalization, we do migration, we do emulation, we do futurization from a museum perspective, museum quality. But we also have our experimental line in preservation, and we call it unfold. We call it reinterpretation, where we look at artworks and invite artists to have a look as well and do an interpretation, or actually a reinterpretation. We do this since 2016, and the first one we did was with the VASULKAS and Joost Rekveld. So I'm not going to show this work. I hope Joost will show.
It's in the part of it in the screen.
Thought so. It must be somewhere around. So I'm not going to show it, but it is very much about the process of restaging the work with fidelity to the original one, but also give a new dimension to it. We did it with work by the VASULKAS. We also worked with Dan Graham on restaging Audience Performer Mirror. We invited artists like Jan Robert Leefte, Emily Ziele, and others to restage it. And we worked with groups from the Rietveld Academy, inviting the students to look at the work and see what they thought is the core, discussing it, making this interpretation, and then afterwards discussing. And I must say it's very fruitful and it's very memorable. There is a lot written about this actually. I got this here from the shelf. There are many reinterpretations. I call them reinterpretations. The vocabulary thing is also something we could have a discussion more than an hour. Restaging the work on a slightly different way. It's something where curators and conservators come more together nowadays. What years ago was not the case. But check it out, it's really like a great source of many approaches. I'm not sure you can read that, maybe. But also this restaging, reperforming, reenacting, reinterpretation, now there's so many words, reuse, whatever, all these works with reperforming or performing the archive is nowadays something that's totally hot. I have a long list, I can read it to you, all conferences in 3 weeks, then about performing the archive, all kinds of projects that are dealing with the performativity of media art, the restaging in a new way. And for sure, it's a great way how to engage with a new audience, how to get in conversation with the current students, the current users, to have a look at the work and discuss it. Steina. No, let me wait. First, what did I say? Vašulka, then Graham, and Nan Hoover was also, I'm not sure if you know Nan Hoover. Nan Hoover was also one of the artists that we did such a reinterpretation event. These three artists I mentioned were quite Dutch oriented. I will tell you soon why Steina is seen as a Dutch artist. I hope the coming year we will work on the archive and on particular works by Monique Tubos. And if you don't know her, maybe you know Michelle Weisfish. It's very much in this line of instrument building and performativity and media. Steina and Michelle also performed. And Michelle was directing Stein, and Steina was also a couple of years director at Stein Foundation for Improvised Instruments and Music in Amsterdam. At a certain point, actually already for a very long time, people ask us all the time, I'm not sure if that's here the case, but which works to preserve if we have to make a selection? Actually, what are the main important digital works in the Netherlands? And making such a selection is not. So we made a canon, and making this canon, we selected 20 iconic works related to the Netherlands that were of main influence of the Dutch digital scene and artworks made. But we also reflected on this whole process of canon, like, let's say, canonizing as an activistic thing. They're all very quiet.
Mesmerized.
Imagine, who are we to make such a canon? Can you freeze this in time? Who will take over and do the next steps? And when I say, who are we, then I pointed myself, and then you could think it's me, myself, and Lima, but of course we did that with a very large group. And of course, the proposal we discussed, I don't know, at the Transmediale and at many other festivals to see what this group should be, must be. Jeffrey Shaw is in it, for instance. Spent a long time in Amsterdam before he went to Karlsruhe. Steina is in it. And a lot of artists you might have never heard of. Here's the list. And you see also there's, let's say, the backside of this canon, where all the reflections on canonizing are hopefully transparent, described, so you can check why we did what we did. I forgot the date. For sure, these are works from 1960 to 2000. That's already 24 years ago. So these are not the newest work, but we wanted to have a historic distance, so to speak. This is online with descriptions of the work, with technical description of the work, with a bit of the history, the provenance, all these kind of things. And I'm not sure, but I think it was finished in 2018, maybe 2019. And of course, while working on this, we wanted to make an exhibition. On London took us 5 years to manage, I think. And we managed to imagine these are 20 huge installations, video works, net art pieces. When we selected them, we were not thinking about if they would still be around or if they would were preserved, but thinking, of course, towards the exhibition. And there was this whole process, installing, preserving, thinking of 20 works, how can we present them in the way that a current audience would understand what it meant at the time, and maybe still would be flabbergasted and enthusiastic about it. So one of the works, as I said, is Violin Power. You already saw the clip, so I will skip that one. Actually, Violin Power, if you want to exhibit it, you could go for the live artwork, because it was played by Steina for a long time and performed. Or you could go for the video version, so to speak, that was made in the 70s. We had a working group discussing and researching. And I don't have a list with me. Oh yeah, probably have it with me if you're interested. With a long list of archives that were researched. So my colleagues were diving into all these archives, looking for information about violin power, with the questions, how can this be alive, and how we can activate this work. Because actually we wanted to have a live artwork in an exhibition, how to deal with that. As you see, the challenges were that it was also always presented by Steina, more or less. There is no score. And of course, the technology always changes. So we did all this archival and literature research. We made timelines. So technically analyzed what was happening over time, how it changed, where it was performed. We formulated questions for Steina. I can read them to you. I can look them up. Jennifer, do you have them? Okay, I'll say report. The considerations for presentation. Questions for Steina. Would you be able to perform the work again in 2024? If not, who is to perform it? What are the conditions required to perform the work? Is there a score for the performance? Are there limiting factors? Is the performance always improvised? What is the goal of the performance? What version of the work can be performed? What are the required technical setups? Can the technical setup be modernized? Can violin power as a performance be acquired by the institution? There were more. What is the relationship between violin power, the video, and the performance? And how do you see the legacy of violin power as a performance work? So, Steina didn't want to answer the question. My dad totally frustrated staff that she was not so interested in answering these questions. It was not totally go ahead, but she was not keen on diving into all these aspects. All our foundings, all the things we wanted to do, and this is how we usually work. We make a scenario and then invite guests and discuss the plan we have and get feedback and then go along. I told you we made this analysis of the video work, and where Steina described that the video work is a demo tape on how to play video on the violin. And you also see some plans for the performance, or like these kind of technical timelines, but also timeline of the performance. I can tell a bit more, but I can also send you the summary or the whole case study description or put it online. I will send it to Jennifer, and you can put it online, the VASULKA. Yeah, how did this end up? What we did with the whole exhibition, of course, with all these iconic works from the 60s till 2000, we had the same questions. How to present these works that they would speak to audience now. So we contextualized the works, but we also invited artists to have a dialogue, make a work in dialogue with these artworks. I don't say interpretation, I'm not allowed to say interpretation, we made a dialogue. And in dialogue with violin power, Chad Shamar made an organ with mechanical punch cards. So, this open barrel organ by Shamar responds to the division of roles between Steina and Hazita violin and violin power. The audience saw Steina play live and then saw the musical signals transformed by the violin into visual output, with the use of the then developed MIDI controller for digital sound. The technical process that made this happen was not visible. Chana's installation reverses these roles. The music in the barrel organ book is composed by an artificial intelligent agent in an invisible process, but the visitor can see exactly how the music is technically created. A MIDI file is translated directly into the physical barrel organ book. The organ wheel makes the bellows pump air through the holes in the book so that the wooden flutes are blown at the right time. Next to this, and it was standing in the surrounding of the projection of violin power. This was how violin power was presented. At the end, we did, as maybe you got, we didn't manage to re-perform the work as such. So we decided to do the video, but contextualized it. And so we wanted the artist to explain what the work is actually, so that the visitors could have an impression what was meant with the works. And there were 50,000 visitors for this exhibition. So hopefully many of them looked at the work. Can I do both at the same time? Let me see. This will be loud probably, if it works at all. No, it did work, of course, 10 minutes ago.
later, when I put my violin into the audio synthesizer, that's precisely what I got, was a sine wave. And that confirmed why I have chosen the violin, because the violin generates a pure sine wave.
So we compiled with existing material of the work and existing material where Steina is explaining violin power with a conversation we also had with her last year. But also all the material.
MIDI violin, it means it's both a MIDI violin, but it's also an ordinary amplified violin.
And we use this to contextualize the work, because we heard from many people previous to the exhibition that they had no idea what was going on and that they would like to have.
Each and every
So we
frame
thought this was a good way, and also ask the artist to explain.
Frame
Not
3750.
one of us, one artist for it, but artist then himself.
And it guarantees
This can
if
also
you play that
go
stop on the
online,
violin,
so say
that's the image that will come up.
I think it's on the video channel.
It becomes sort of the editing suite.
Okay. I can tell much more, but we also always do a symposium in March, and sometimes Jennifer joins as well, sometimes others of you join as well, and I hope to see you there. And I hope there are many questions.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining the exciting work that you're doing with all these reenactments and the research. So, are there any questions? Yes?
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to ask you if you have maybe on website, or if you can share with us as a small group of researchers. We just started a research project on local digital art and culture. You talked in the beginning of your presentation that very important part of the archival preservation work is that the collection of documentation of these collected artworks. And as I heard that this preservation practice is in fact like applied historiography of the media art, or theory of media art. And I would like to get inspiration from the way you document, or what kind of texts you collect, what kind of metadata you find important when you document these historical artworks. That I think it's not, it doesn't make sense to discover real here. So maybe if you can get inspiration from you, it would be great.
And we do that tomorrow?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
No, because there is like, this is a discussion that could take for hours, because there's of course not one way that fits all.
Yeah, I can imagine, but I couldn't.
No,
because it's to ask you.
I have the same excitement, so yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. But Dusan is there as well, and he's also working on these metadata and descriptions and documentation. So he also knows many processes.
Okay, some simple questions.
Simple question. So you receive the video violin power from Steina, you bought it, and how is there some kind of contract with her about performing these?
Not the video, yes. So the video were, what is it? I forgot the dates, but in the 70s, in that compilation, she sent several times, and there is a contract from the 80s and from the 90s as a distributor. We don't own work. The artist outsourced the presentation and promotion of the work to us. So in that sense, we worked for them, or work for them. But we're not the only one. There are like Ars Electronic Intermix and probably many others. And yeah, maybe for another conference, it would be great to discuss how this whole approach of them spreading this comes to such a great initiative like the Vašulka Kitchen, the Vašulka Chamber, and who knows what comes next. But also, at that time, most of the museums were not so interested in their work. Now they are, and want to be very exclusive and not having this open approach anymore. So this is a conceptual discussion that's also super interesting in my space. That's a tough one, I know.
Okay. I guess we can continue discussion later, because there is also subjects to be discussed, and I would like to invite another guest, Larisa Driansky. From France, from Paris, and she's an associate professor of contemporary art history at Sorbonne University, and she focuses in her research on intersection of art, science, and technology in post-war and contemporary art and on technical images. And she's currently completing a book of materiality in post-war and contemporary art, which also includes a chapter on the Vašulkas. She's been publishing internationally in many journals, edited volumes, and texts for exhibition catalogs. From 2014 to 2016, she was senior fellow in charge of contemporary art history programs at the French National Art History Institute. So her research on Vašulkas is very large and thorough, and in her presentation today, she will focus on video image as object, 3D in the work of Steina and Woody Vasulkas.
Okay, well, thank you very much to Lenka for this invitation, and thank you also to Jennifer de Vries. This is my second time in Brno. Obviously not pronouncing that right, and I'm really, really happy to be here. I want to say how indebted I am to Lenka's pioneering research on the Vasulkas, and I still remember how excited I was when I found out that it finally had been translated into English. And I also want to thank somebody who was mentioned this morning and who's not here with us, Don Foresta, a very good friend, and he was actually the person who introduced me to the Vasulkas. So I'm also very much indebted to him. So what I'm presenting today is part of a larger research project on materiality in the work of Steina and Woody. And I'm interested in how the Vasulkas applied a materialist approach to the intangible and immaterial electronic image.
In this way, I think their approach is particularly interesting today because it helps to complicate the perception that with the pervasiveness of electronic media, the world we inhabit is increasingly dematerialized. So before diving into my paper, I have to specify a number of things. First, my title's changed, I would say, truncated my title, because I realized that I wouldn't be able to talk about everything that I mentioned in my abstract. So I decided to recenter my presentation on the question of the object. This is something, in fact, that was very important both to Steina and Woody, but for today I will focus on Woody. This is largely because Woody theorized much more about his work, and also because his writings and interviews constitute a very rich resources. What I'm going to be presenting today is very experimental in the sense that I am particularly curious about Woody's Czech background. And my problem is I don't speak Czech, and I don't read it. So I thought, well, all the same, I would take the opportunity and the risk of being in his hometown and among Czech scholars to try and, you know, try and bounce off ideas, you know, and see what kind of response I would get. So I'll ask you to be a little, let's say, forgiving as far as my knowledge of Czech art is concerned, and not to mention my pronunciation of Czech words. And also, I have to say that this is the first time that I'm presenting a paper on the Vasulkas in such knowledgeable company. I have had the great pleasure of talking about the Vasulkas among art historians who barely knew of the Vasulkas' work, because unfortunately there's still very much this divide between art and new media art. And so I feel honored and also very humbled by this, and so I apologize in advance for any kind of ridiculous mistake I might make concerning the techniques of video and digital images. So in 1978, here it is. There we go. So in 1978, the Vasulkas produced documentary work for WNED in Buffalo. I'm sure all of you have seen this video. It's a really fascinating window into the couple's practice. And an important section of the documentary is devoted to Woody's use of the rabetra and the way that it enabled him to create what he called objects, something that became a kind of trademark of his video work in the 70s. And so Woody explained, I quote, "I think this urge of translating the image, the two-dimensional image, into an object, I think this urge is quite natural or evolutionary to the image or to electronic imaging, since the object does not need any pictorial justification. The object just exists," end of quote. So Woody was not the first to point out the three-dimensional nature of the electronic image. Ben Lepofsky, one of the founding figures of electronic art, observed that some of the oscillons, the abstractions he created with an oscilloscope starting in the 50s, had, I quote, an almost sculptural quality. But I think what is striking about Woody's statement is that he does not present the objectness or the thingness of the electronic image as just an effect, but as inherent to its very nature. So this is a question I would like to explore. I would like to try and see in what sense it is possible to think together the intangibility of the electronic image with the concreteness of an object. So my entry point for addressing this issue is the matter, Woody's short videotape that he created in 1974, and which is a perfect example of synthetic video art. It shows a pattern of bright white points on a metallic gray plane. I refer here to Yvonne Spielman's very thorough description of the piece, which is derived from the test image of a broadcast signal generator. And then throughout the tape, I'm sure you've all seen it, if not, it's easy to find on the internet. Throughout the tape, the shape appears twisted, warped, divided up into various ways before returning to its initial shape. And these effects there's undeniable materiality here, end of quote. But as we see, Vasulka did not content himself with this passive role of tapping into this, this original, this undeniable materiality of the universe, but as this tape demonstrates, sought to mold and shape this matter, as he might have done with clay, or better yet, with metal, as suggested by the metallic shine of the figure in this piece. So here I'm just attempting a comparison between images from the matter and an example of neo-concretist sculpture by Lydia Clark. I don't know if Woody knew of this work, but I find that they're interesting parallels. So from this point of view, I want to argue the matter recalls the artist's initial training in metallurgy. And as you all know, prior to entering film school, Vasulka, whose father was a metal worker, studied metal technology and hydraulic mechanics right here at the Brno School of Industrial Engineering. And this technical background served him well later when building tools for his and Steina's videotapes and installations. It also left him with an enduring love for the material qualities of metal. I quote, "I like metal. I have a passion for it, which is very much physical. It's the touch. I can communicate with it." And it was interesting because I forget who this morning showed that wonderful video of Woody playing to the Maiden. And it reminded me, whenever I see that video, that there's such an obvious connection between, you know, the structure of the Maiden and then the way that Woody played with the raster lines and works like explanation. This fascination with metal is also actually something that Woody shared with Steina. For instance, I referred to Steina's installation Pyroglyphs, which centers on the gestures of a blacksmith and which also probably has something to do with alchemy, obviously. So metal, in effect, is, I think, very important for understanding the materiality of Vasulka's electronic art, and also because of metal's special connection with energy. In 1000 Plateaux, Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari explain how metallurgy makes perceptible a kind of, I quote, matter energy. What they mean by that is that metalworking combines the idea of the continuous transformation of energy with that of solidity. This is again what really interests me about the Vasulkas. It's not about, you know, matter as energy. It's really, I would almost say it's almost the reverse. It's that, you know, energy that becomes concrete, that becomes solid. So in metalworking, form is achieved through the deformation and transformation of matter rather than by the imposition of a preconceived form on inert matter. Similarly, in the matter, as in other videos by both Woody and Steina, the matter energy of the electronic pattern is modulated in such a way as to undergo a continuous succession of deformations. And what's interesting also is that Deleuze and Guattari introduce music as well in their study of metallurgy, indicating that there's an essential link between the two arts, as both metallurgy and music manifest, I quote, a continuous development of form corresponding to continuous development of matter. And as we all know, for the Vasulkas, the correspondence between music and image is absolutely essential, and it's also particularly well illustrated in the map. But while Woody's background in metallurgy was seminal, I believe, for his conception of video, it is also important to specify that neither he nor Steina were, in fact, alone among early video artists in associating electronics, sound, and the idea of sculpture. So I've already mentioned the pioneering example of Ben Leposki, but closer in time to the Vasulkas, the US-American artist and engineer Stephen Beck described his direct video synthesizer, which is one of the very first video synthesizers, which he built between 1970 and 1972. So he described this tool, I quote, as an electronic sculpting device that enabled him to shape and sculpt and form the electronic current flow. As you probably all know, this video synthesizer was modeled after first music synthesizers, tools which have likewise been described as serving to sculpt sound. So Beck's interest in the sculptural aspect of video was also well demonstrated by his contribution to Don Halleck's video sculpture presentations. They were inaugurated at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art in 1973. These presentations were also known as the Videola. So it was basically a device for screening videos on a spherical surface. Beck authored the videos, and Halleck was mainly responsible for the systems engineering. The way it was, from what I understand, basically was a kind of large kaleidoscope lined with mylar film mirror surfaces which reduplicated the images, the videos screened off a monitor many times. And the whole thing gave the appearance of a sphere floating in space, all this in true psychedelic fashion, accompanied by music, both acoustical, instrumental, and electronically synthesized. And I think actually some of the music compositions were also created by Stephen Beck. So the Vasulkas were never given the possibility of actually using Beck's video synthesizer. I think it's something that they regretted, but it was a great source of inspiration for them. They themselves had been experimenting with audio synthesizers prior to working with video. In the late 1960s, they acquired a Putney, on which Woody in particular created what he called electronic compositions, which were also featured later at the kitchen, along with video screenings of his work and Steina's. And the Putney, as you probably know, was actually the first tool that the Vasulkas used to manipulate video images. But the Vasulkas' interest in the sculptural dimension of video, I want to argue, went deeper. So Beck and Halleck's spectacular video sculpture, Videola, relied, in fact, on optical illusions. But in a work such as The Matter or other works by the Vasulkas, and more particularly by Woody, but not exclusively, the three-dimensionality of the figure was obtained by precise manipulations of the image's very fabric. And as you know, the tape was, The Matter was among many tapes that were used by the Vasulkas to demonstrate the effects they could achieve with red etra. So I don't think it's necessary for me to describe how this machine worked. I think you're all familiar with it. I'll just recapitulate briefly what, how Woody used the processor to create a 3D-like image that was known as the Vasulka effect by connecting the brightness level of the video input with the vertical control. Vasulka was able to make the brighter parts of the image virtually lift the lines of the raster and create these images which Joanna Gill very pertinently compared to three-dimensional contour maps where video brightness determines elevation. As for Woody himself, he marveled at, I quote, the astonishing ease with which a two-dimensional raster can take on the appearance of a three-dimensional object. Following this line of thought, Woody went on to distinguish video's, I quote, time energy objects from the light space images of camera obscura-based media such as photography and film. So time energy objects are what Woody would have called also constructed realities, which he opposed to light space images, which for him were basically mimetic optical imagery. All the same, I want to ask again, what did Woody mean by describing the electronic image as an object? So to better understand this, I think it is necessary to return once again to the similarly time-based and immaterial medium of music, and to electronic music in particular. There are indeed several parallels between Vasulka's video objects and Pierre Schaeffer's idea of the sonic object. So far I haven't found any, maybe some of you might know the source that I haven't looked at yet, I haven't found any direct reference on the part of the Vasulkas to Schaeffer, the founder of Musique Concrète. But Tony Conrad, in his recollections of the Media Center at Buffalo, which is actually in the catalog Buffalo Head, which somebody mentioned earlier, so Tony Conrad states that Abraham Moll's theories about information theory and aesthetics had a major impact on Woody's understanding of video in the early 70s. Now, Moll's was a close collaborator of Pierre Schaeffer's, and actually some scholars believe that he was the originator of the concept of the sonic object. In any case, it is likely that Vasulka would have been acquainted with Moll's idea through the philosopher's book Information Theory and Aesthetic Perception, which was translated into English in '66. And in this study, the sonic object serves as Moll's prime example for demonstrating his theory that artworks are aesthetic messages that can be decoded thanks to information theory. And Moll's, when he talks about the sonic object, refers both to Schaeffer and to the electronic sound synthesizer, which he describes as, I quote, an actual machine to fabricate sonic objects. So what does Moll's mean by that? So as Moll's explained, it was only with electroacoustics that it became possible to talk of the sonic object and of the materiality of music more generally, I quote. As long as music remained only an immediate perception, nothing suggested its materiality. But when the musical signal began to circulate in wires and circuits to be transmitted, stored, received, bought, and sold, its materiality increased. It became a concrete object. The materia musica is born of recording, end of quote. So this making concrete of sound, as Moll here explains, thus derives from the newfound possibilities of storing sound and manipulating it. But more fundamentally, Moll's viewed recording as affecting this is what interests me, the actual transposition of sound from the dimension of time to that of space. I quote, recording is in fact the application of time on space, which enables the hitherto intangible temporal substance to take on spatial properties, end quote. Now, as the Musique Concrète specialist Pauline Nadrini rightly emphasizes, for Moll's, this spatialization of music is to be understood quite literally as the de facto application of spatial categories to the sonic phenomenon. So in information theory and aesthetic perception, we have here Moll's, in this diagram, depicting the sonic object as an actual three-dimensional figure using a system of three coordinates, amplitude, frequency, and time, based on Cartesian spatial coordinates. So in his article, Didactic Video, Organizational Models of the Electronic Image, which Woody published in After Image in '75, Woody applies a very similar system to detail how he was able to project the video signal into a three-dimensional space with the Raetra. In particular, in this article, Woody shows how he used basic waveforms as elements of abstract constructions that he, I quote, programmed by acting on the three coordinates of the electronic image as it unfolded in time: the horizontal axis, the vertical axis, and brightness. And he uses for that the same fundamental XYZ coordinates of three-dimensional space as in Moll's diagrams. As Woody explained, I quote, waveforms are normally an acoustic product, but when you create them as frames, you can deal with them as image objects, end of quote. So the result were the famous time energy objects mentioned before, and here I find it interesting that one of the early examples of these time energy objects, not reproduced in the after image article, but that was shown by Woody in other circumstances, bears, I think, a striking resemblance to Moll's picture of the sonic object. So as I want to argue, tracing the genealogy of Woody's video objects back to the sonic object helps to underscore the concreteness of Woody's approach. In a recent article, the media historian Antonio Somaini describes how, I quote, considering light as a medium appears to be the catalyst of a broad vision that sees the future of technical media as driven by a gradual process of dematerialization, end of quote. So I'm not going to deny that this narrative of dematerialization applies to the history of the electronic image, but what I also want to point out is that there's also alongside that another lineage, and that the expanded, and that such an approach ignores what I would call the expanded conception of materiality that equally subtends the work of electronic media practitioners, such as, on the one hand, the founders of Récit Concret, and on the other, the Vasulkas. So the missing piece here, this is no images. So the missing piece here, I believe, is the legacy of constructivism. And this is where I'm going to dare to turn to Woody's upbringing in Czechoslovakia. So, as you probably know, the memory of the interwar avant-garde movements was initially repressed by the communist government as of 1948. But following Stalin's death, this ban was gradually relaxed. And from what I know, in fact, the first public exhibition of modernist Czech art since 1948 took place in Brno in 1957, the year following Woody's graduation from high school, and the venue was none other than the House of Arts, the old building. More importantly, and as recounted by Woody to Janacek, the young Bohuslav, is that how you pronounce it? As he was still called, was introduced to Czech avant-garde poetry a few years earlier by his literature teacher. So Woody specifically remembered reading works by Nezval, the founder, along with Taiga, of Poetism. And Poetism is something I don't know very well, but from what I understand, it's based very much on the idea that language is an autonomous reality. It's not representational, or shouldn't be treated as representational. And so words in Poetism are treated as raw matter, akin to the bricks and marble blocks used by builders and sculptors. In Poetis' works, as summarized by the historian Esther Levinger, I quote, the word became a non-objective substance. Non-objective because not figurative, not representational, but non-objective meaning nonetheless very concrete. So like Moll's sonic object or Vasulka's time energy object. Now with poetry and experimental poetry in particular, as we know, is Vasulka's first love. And it also played a decisive role in his training as a filmmaker, since, as Steina explains, he owed his entrance to FAMU to his poetic talent. As it is, for the poetess, there was a strong link between poetry and cinema, something that Woody likely would have known. According to the poetess, film was the prime example of a non-verbal language, and as such, it was a direct source of inspiration for creating a new genre of poetry, visual poems, combining typography, collage, and photomontage. In a similar way, Woody, when he later worked in video, described the electronic image as a language code with its own structural properties, and that's something he illustrated, so he illustrated what he called this new vocabulary in the article Didactic Video with these tableaus, and then also when he started working with the digital image articulator, This is also this idea of a language reappears in his article on what he called the syntax of binary images, and also illustrated with these tableaus. So the Czech avant-garde also, I believe, offers another possible model for Vasulka's conception of an image object, which connects even more directly with his use of electronic imagery. During the interwar period, Czechoslovakia was at the forefront of the development of luminokinetic art, thanks in great part to the work of the sculptor and architect Pešanek. So Lenka has already addressed beautifully Woody's interest in Pešanek with regards to the synesthetic aspects of the videos, and the reciprocity between sound and image. And indeed, Pešanek was known for his invention in the 1920s of a color keyboard, the spectrophone. So I won't go into that, as Lenka has completely covered that. What I would like to draw attention to here is the way in which Pešanek theorized the notion of a light kinetic object, thus engaging with electric light as with a tangible reality. So like other avant-garde artists, Pešanek suffered from a ban on his work throughout most of the 50s, but the situation changed at the end of the decade. And in the early 1960s, his work and writings enjoyed a clear revival in Czechoslovakia. Excerpts from his book Kinetismus from 1941, which is considered to be the very first publication on kinetic art, still not translated to French. I don't know if it's translated to English, I don't think so. Anyway, excerpts from this book appeared between 1964 and 65 in the journal Acta Scenographica, along with surveys of his early works. And these texts include an article by Pešanek entitled Light Kinetic Sculpture, and also there's Light Kinetic Object, which deal with, in particular, with the Edisonka, this light kinetic sculpture he created in the 1930s for the Transformer station in Prague. My hypothesis is that Vasulka might have known of these publications. As indicated by its title, the journal is dedicated to scenography, and it is possible that this is a topic that would have interested Vasulka as a young film student. We know for sure that he knew and admired Pešanek's work. We know that from later interviews. But it's also tempting, and this is really, a hypothesis, it is also very tempting to imagine that Vasulka would have been familiar much earlier with, if not the name, at least the work of Pešanek. It is indeed in this very city of Brno that Pešanek received his first major commission when he was asked to execute a series of reliefs for the facade of the postal and telegraph headquarters. So the building, erected between 1924 and 1925, sorry, I forget the name of the architect, major architect, the building still stands today. And as I was excited to find out last winter, thanks to Jennifer on my first trip to Brno, it is literally around the corner from Woody's Technical High School. So here you have my very bad picture taken on that day, and which shows that there's still some traces of the color on the sculptures, and they're still in pretty good shape. And this is a better shot from the book. So what makes the coincidence relevant, in my opinion, is that the topic of these reliefs is telecommunications. And there's something interesting, I think, here in the way that the constructivist and, kind of ponderous, heavy aesthetic of these works, very material in any case, contrasts with the idea of immateriality that is usually associated with electric media. In the same way as the art historian Zemanek points out, in Pešanek's subsequent light kinetic sculptures, I quote, "The practical work of a classical sculptor directed the artist's interest to work with light as a substance, material, and with light volume, and in content, the sculpture anchored it in the concept of monumental sculpture." And this is an interesting difference with the contemporaneous work of Moholy-Nagy and his idea of painting. So something here with Pešanek of another, another line in the history of electronic or electric and electronic media, which would be more on the side of materiality and constructivism, even though Maholi is also constructivist, but then this idea of dematerialization. So far I've tried to elucidate Vasulka's idea of the video object by looking back in time, both to the precedent of musique concrète and to the model of constructivism. In the minutes that are left, I would like shortly to look forward in history and address how the time-energy object, as Woody termed it, both relates to the technological advances of the 60s and 70s and also might be seen as a precursor to issues of our digital age. Spielman, in her seminal study of analog video, the reflexive medium, has very well recounted, I quote, the early structural connection between video and computers, and the Vasulka's particularly essential role in this history. So again, if Tony Conrad, this is something also that he mentions when he describes Woody's approach to video in the mid-70s, and Woody reading Moll's informational aesthetics. And at the time, Woody, according to Conrad, is putting forth the idea that video is ultimately a system of bits and binary logic, which at that time was a very prescient approach to the electronic image. The Rudd-Etra computer, from what I understand, can be compared to an analog computer, and in any case, what interested the Vasulkas in the Rudd-Etra was that they conceived it as a first step in computerizing the processing of video image. Some of the time-energy objects designed by Woody with the Rudd-Etra are strongly reminiscent of 3D illustrations found in early computer graphics manuals, and actually this is a manual that was written by a scientist who worked for the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory. And prior to that, as early as 1972, the Vasulkas, this is something that I found in the archive, announced that they were going to spend the next 2 years, so this is 1972, they haven't even started working with the Rudd-Etra, right? And they're already saying, well, we're going to spend the next 2 years building an analog to digital converter in order to translate sound into image and vice versa. And as we know, they conceived a first prototype of this in 75, and then finally in 78 they were able to put together the digital image articulator with the help of Jeffrey Shire. And I just want to show these items from the archive, which demonstrate how, from the very start, the kitchen was also a place where you could hear and see computer art and music. And I come to the end. Am I going over time?
Slightly.
Yeah,
slightly. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll wrap up. So I think it's also today with the pervasiveness of what the media historian Jacob Gabriel has called recently the image objects of digital computer graphics, that Woody's idea of the object quality of the electronic image has become truly intelligible. So again, it's so commonplace today to associate digital images, digital technology with immateriality. But in this book, what's interesting is the way that Gabriel excavates the archaeology of computer graphics, in this case the laboratory at the University of Utah, in order to engage with what he calls the digital image as material object. And so Gabriel's study, in effect, affects a very interesting, significant methodological shift within digital media studies, extending materials critique to include the simulated image, what you see on the screen, and not just, or not only the deeper material infrastructure of computers. So upturning the postmodern conception of computerized world in which simulacra were supposed to have swallowed up the real, Gabriel focuses on how the simulated objects of computer graphics inform the very material world that we live in today. Like Vasulka, with his time energy, Gabriel obviously does not claim a literal physicality for digital image objects. Rather, what is at stake is a new conception of materiality, I quote, one which exceeds the logical binaries we so often use to make sense of the world, the material versus the immaterial, the physical versus the digital, the natural versus the design, the real versus the virtual, end of quote. And I'll just end by saying that all this sounds very fresh and new, but I think as we all know here, the Vasulkas were undoubtedly precursors of all these discussions. Thank you, and sorry for going over time.
Yeah, thank you, Larissa, for all these exciting connections that you presented to us, including this Brno metallurgy archaeology. So I think it's very exciting. We have time for very few quick questions because there is online presenter already waiting. So if you have question now, ask it.
Yeah, difficult questions.
No
question.
Oh yeah, we have the dinner table.
Yeah, so if you don't have questions, we can keep it for later or discussions, and we can thank you very much. And I would like to introduce our next presenter, who will be talking from United States. It's Zach McGinn, I hope I'm saying right the name, who is an art worker and writer based in Providence, Rhode Island. And Zach will be talking about the exhibition of Steina that is
sharing my presentation as well.
Anna? It's the audio is coming from
aby tady byl speaker.
Jo, tady LG. Hey, could you try again?
Hi, can you all hear me?
I'll stay by the computer here. Okay. We can hear you. You can.
Okay, great. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, and maybe I'll open this up so you can see the audience as well.
Okay, great. I hate looking at myself. I imagine I'm like projected onto some like huge screen in there. Oh, hi everyone.
Presentation. You look wonderful.
Okay. Wow. Well, thanks so much for having me. It's humbling to be in the virtual company of so many scholars who have studied and stewarded the Vasulkas work for a long time. My name is Zach. I'm the curatorial assistant at the MIT List Visual Arts Center in Cambridge. We're opening an exhibition of Steina's work, as you may have heard just now, on Friday, so very soon. So my colleagues are in the galleries making the final kind of preparations, and of course our exhibition is profoundly indebted to the intellectual labor and efforts of so many people in the room. So thank you again for your time. I myself am relatively new to the Vasulkas work, having spent, much of the past year working towards this exhibition and the accompanying publication, along with my colleague Natalie Bell, who I think might be in the Zoom room. So what I'll do today is share just to share an overview of the exhibition and publication and a few tentative reflections and questions that have come up in the course of preparing them. And so, let's see, I'm going to try to advance. So yeah, the exhibition is called Playback. It is organized by Natalie and Helga Christofferson of the Buffalo AKG Art Museum. And it is opening, like I said, on Friday here in Cambridge. It'll be open until January, and then travel to Buffalo and then on to Iceland, where it'll be split between the National Gallery of Iceland and Reykjavik Art Museum. So I hope that many of you will have a chance to see it in one of its stops. To give an overview of our kind of checklist and what we'll be presenting in our galleries, we're showing work covering the years from 1970, when Steina really began working with video, to 2000. We're showing 2 installations from 2000, Mind and Lava and Moss. We'll be showing 7 major multi-monitor or projected installations, ranging from Matrix 1 and early collaborative work with Woody, and All Vision to later works like The West, Geomania, and then 3 projected installations, Borealis, Mind, and Lava and Moss. And then we're also showing a lot of single channel works, mostly on monitors, although one will be projected by Lynn Power. Yeah, I'm sure that most of you are familiar with these works, but I myself have not seen many of them in person, so I'm excited to get the chance to do that later this week. We also have an exhibition catalog, like I mentioned. It has 3 essays by Ina Blom, Joey Heinen, and Gloria Sutton, along with an interview that the curators conducted with Steina, and a kind of critical historical roundtable on Steina's work with some of the folks that you see listed here. The catalog will be published next year with Buffalo AKG and MIT Press. So here's the table of contents, just for you all to have a little preview. We're kind of putting the last finishing touches on the book right now. So that I'll show some spreads from the book, but keep in mind that they're not totally finalized and won't have captions yet. And this is just a sense of how the works are shown in the book. We wanted to be really generous with the kind of stills that we're providing for reasons I'll kind of go into. This is the roundtable that I mentioned that tries to kind of get into some of the issues around the Vasulkas institutional reception, their collaboration, their co-curated exhibitions, their archives that aren't necessarily captured within the kind of discrete work sections of the book. This is a spread from Gloria's essay. This is an early iteration of machine vision in Buffalo. And so, yeah, I mean, so to kind of structure the rest of my time, I thought that, you know, there's within the kind of like art PR or like, you know, grant making apparatus, there's so much of an impulse to frame an exhibition or a project as comprehensive and to kind of fully kind of capture the life and legacy of an artist in a given project. But of course, we all know how kind of slippery the work of the Vasulkas can be, ranging from their voluminous archive, which is so rich but scattered across several countries, in the way that their work, and Steina's in our case, evades museological, curatorial, and art historical conventions. And so I think the kind of structure for my presentation will be the kind of ways that her work does that, continues to evade us in some ways. And so I brought in a few quotes that have been important for our thinking. The first is here, hopefully you can see it. Steina says that she has no relationship to still images personally. I love them as a consumer, as a viewer, but for me, a painting and photography lack movement. I have my camera, but it doesn't mean anything to me because it doesn't relate to the previous and the one after. It is of great importance to me to have the flow, the movement that comes directly from music, because music doesn't exist in a still, it's always the progression. This is, I think, you know, we're all familiar, I think, with how Steina's work is all about the kind of flux and movement and force of the signal. And yeah, it's presented both a conceptual and a practical challenge to think about how to kind of capture her work in stills because of how stills are so often necessary. Or, for example, for a website or for a press release or for exhibition documentation, for a banner on the outside of a museum. But I think if you've seen the kind of drift of a work like Matrix or the rapid flickering of a work like Noise Fields, these stills are really fictions and don't really represent what the work is and what it looks like. Of course, this is something that we confronted in our book. And so I wanted to share briefly some strategies that we use to try to represent the kind of movement of Steina's work in print. So here's the work discipline activities. You can kind of see that we attempted to show the progression of a form as it evolves. And hopefully give the reader a sense of the kind of evolution that takes place within a few moments of a videotape. In some other cases in print, we represented works with installation photography and diagrams, along with stills. And so a work like Matrix, this doesn't show the kind of progression of a sequence, but rather a sampling of different moments. Here's Cantaloupe. With Flux, this is something that we struggled with a bit. Ultimately, the desire, if you've seen this work, is to represent the kind of rapid switching pattern that takes place. That was made using a video processing tool at the time. And of course, like a still image doesn't necessarily capture the kind of agonistic feeling of dueling signals or water flowing in different directions. But with this kind of alternating checkerboard pattern, that was our attempt to do so in the publication. And here's Geomania for a kind of vertical layout. I forget if I mentioned this before, but we worked with a designer, Katie Nelson, on all of these. And here's Somersault. The second kind of keyword that I want to bring up is resolution or irresolution. I have a quote here from an early interview with the Vasulkas. What he says, when we lose the illusion of continuous movement, we lose real time. And Steina says, it's the most important thing because I don't have the skill, the interest, or the attitude to work with a frozen frame, to work with anything except a moving real-time image. That is number one. I would sacrifice any kind of image resolution, any kind of perfect image, rather than sacrifice real time. We've been limited, I guess, in very practical ways by this kind of commitment to real-time movement in production over resolution. I mean, for the most part, the images in the book and that we've used for everything are limited by the standard definition 720 by 480 pixel resolution of the digitized artworks that we have, which in kind of contemporary terms is very small. And so anything else that we share, that we use for the book, or that we use for publicity, for press, for example, for our print publications, they're all kind of artificially upscaled, which I think to be a kind of really interesting, it's really interesting that becomes necessary, I guess, in a contemporary context. And of course, that is a kind of material, albeit unacknowledged, transformation of the work that happens when I kind of blow it up large on my desktop screen and take a screenshot, for example. There's a kind of material transformation that happens. Photoshop also has, now has AI enhanced upscaling capabilities. And I think it's worth kind of lingering for a second with the implications of that. I mean, I think that it isn't quite the same thing as what Hito Steyr has called the poor image. These aren't images that became kind of poor in circulation through piracy or through ripping. They were kind of poor in their inception and in their genesis. And this interview is from the 80s, but this continued even with Steina's later work with tools like Imagine, which were powerful in their real-time editing capability, but also remained very limited in resolution, which, despite the kind of cutting-edge emphasis of a lot of Steina's work, remains in a sense resistant to commercial appropriation into the kind of fetish of craft or of clarity. Yeah, I mean, this is an image from Flux that you might recognize. Our book has, in some cases, in some pages, kind of like large full spread stills of Steina's works. And this is kind of yet to be confirmed with pending the kind of review of proofs, but our designer and we have talked about like how to make them look okay across this kind of large surface. And one thing that we've discussed is artificially adding noise to Steina's stills in order to make them look kind of sharper and less pixelated, which I think is also a kind of interesting kind of index of contemporary, I guess, image practices or contemporary perception, and how Steina's work is both timely and also out of time in a way. I'm also curious, this is the work Borealis, how contemporary audiences will respond to these projected works, which, you know, will look very strange to audiences who are used to kind of high resolution projection. Steina's works aren't that for the most part. And so I think even in the kind of 30 years or so since they've been made, I think they'll look very different. And yeah, I'm curious how I will respond to them as someone who grew up in an age of, yeah, very, very rich, high production value projected installations as the norm. I wanted to share this other note from Steina about Matrix. When reflecting on this work, she said that we basically made a new tape every time we had a show, adding some segments and deleting others. The beauty of this installation, or environment, as we used to call it, was a variable amount of stackable monitors in a single tape source. When we finally showed Matrix in established museum settings, we selected two authentic versions, one black and white, one color, and named them Matrix 1 and Matrix 2, and slapped a length and year on them so they could be listed properly in the catalog. We feel, however, no obligation to stick to these classifications since we still consider these matrices to be flexible site-specific installations. I mean, I think more than anything, the kind of formal fugitivity of Steina's work makes it resistant to collection by museums, and it's hard to pin down what the work is because it's been, over the course of its lifetime, so many different things. And so one thing that we've kind of grappled with a bit is how the kind of finished form of a book or an exhibition is misleading in a way because it can elide the kind of transformations of the work over the course of time. One strategy that we've used to try to address this is to, at least in the book, show different images of the ways that a work has been shown. So here's the West in 3 different configurations. There have been others that aren't shown here, but it gives you a sense of how different one's experience of the work can be. I'm interested in how Steina's works were never just one thing, even if now, for the kind of conservation and preservation purposes, there is someone, in this case, SF MoMA, who now owns it and has the professional authority to say what it is and what it isn't. In Steina's work, there's also a kind of, I think, a more gradual or subtle dispersal of authorship and form that I see present, especially in her archiving practice, which is also hard to represent in an exhibition, but in the book, we have these small archival kind of sections that are just a sampling, but do try to give a taste of the kind of richness and vastness of the archive and a sense of the intersubjectivity and collaboration and sociality that's present there. So I'll just kind of, I'm sure that many of you have seen these documents, but I'll just kind of briefly page through these. So we wanted to represent the kitchen. We wanted to represent the kind of festivals and conferences where early video performances took place, the kind of correspondence, the tools that represent not only objects, but people. I love this order sheet for mirrored spheres that Steina used for works like All Vision. On the right here, there's a program for announcement for the Television Society Art Symposium at the Kitchen. Steina was on a panel with a lot of the people associated with the magazine October. It's this audio recordings in the archive at the Getty. If some of you all, maybe some of you have heard it, but it's quite tense and it gets heated in the Q&A. So I would suggest, I would recommend checking it out if you haven't. So yeah, I mean, as I wrap up, I wanted to share a quote from an interview that the curators of the exhibition conducted with Steina just this year. Steina says that images are falling apart in a way. Useful images are becoming so prevalent, and some of the commercials, which are about nothing, are so well done. They're ridiculous but beautiful. A large part of humanity wants meaningless but pretty images. The images we made wouldn't be of interest to the general culture. We didn't care if there was an audience, though there were always people who perfectly understood our quest for knowledge. It made us free that our experiments were just for us and our friends. We were also just obsessed with the signal. You could say it was our reason to live. It's one of those things that we have no idea about, like gravity, it's God. And so I wanted to kind of conclude with some, like I said, very provisional reflections on how Steina's work feels and looks now in this time of images falling apart. I think on one level, what feels both timely and perhaps untimely about Steina's work is its very different approach to ideas of machine vision and the mechanisms of the mirror or the closed circuit installation. I mean, these examples show, I think, that we're much more comfortable, or I am at least, with a more kind of critical or paranoid approach or perspective on being seen. And that so much of the discussion of machine vision now is fraught with pessimism about biased data sets or connections to eugenics or racialization or the military-industrial complex. I mean, I really thought about All Vision as, I wanted to think about All Vision as offering perhaps a more exuberant and maybe even proto-utopian model of machine vision, one that allowed the machine a kind of innocence of non-instrumentality, maybe. I think throughout the exhibition, with its title Playback, the curators, along with one of our catalog contributors, Gloria Sutton, has also tried to think about the politics of play as a potentially political mode of non-instrumentality. As I think more about All Vision, though, I really like to return to this quote where Steina says, when people look at All Vision, they see themselves and therefore assume it is about them, but then they leave and All Vision keeps going. I see it as really kind of impervious to the projection of hope and political desire in a way, but that's kind of yeah, I kind of thought that's subject to change. When I think about the kind of legacy of Steina's work with tools too, it's kind of an unlikely connection, but I also think about forensic architecture and their kind of more politically inflected mode of didactic video and a kind of explanation of tools. There is a kind of uncanny formal parallel between these works, Cantaloupe, where Steina is talking about the digital image articulator, and forensic architecture's explanation of their model for detecting tear gas canisters produced by a member of the Whitney's board at the time. Maybe I'll kind of leave it at that, but I think it's something I'll keep thinking on. And then finally, I also kind of, when I think about Steina's work, I also see a lot of parallels to, of course, the history of experimental music, but also the way that contemporary noise, like kind of noise music, is often accompanied by kind of dynamic and responsive visuals. When I was in Iceland for a research trip last month, I met a young musician there who mentioned this video by Aphex Twin as kind of a contemporary parallel to Steina's work, which I think is really amazing. He was part of a project called, a band called Side Project, and they produced a video as well, where you kind of that's directly inspired by Steina. You have this kind of like machine vision orb that I think was created with a soda can, and I have some stills from it. And so I see contemporary, like noise music as being, in a way, one of the clearest kind of inheritors of some of this early work that Steina did. So yeah, I think I'll end there. Thanks so much for the invitation again, and I'm happy to try to address any questions. I think my colleague Natalie is also here, so I might phone a friend as well if I can't answer it.
You can come here.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. We are glad that you could make time for us in this busy time before the exhibition opens. When is the opening?
It's on Friday.
On Friday.
So yeah,
okay.
if someone wants to make a last minute flight over to the US.
Yeah. So good luck with that. And so are there any questions? No questions. So you have to come to the exhibition to see it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm looking forward to the rest of the symposium.
Thank you. So there is question.
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm just trying to say this. I just thought it was interesting when you were showing the catalog and you were showing these stills from the different videos. And I guess were you doing new captures from the videos that you had in order to accommodate the catalog? And you talked about doing some kind of post-production on some of those stills, so I was just curious about that decision. And yeah, it sounds like it was a challenge to come to that decision. So if you could just maybe say a few words about that. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I definitely took some kind of iteration to think about the best way to represent these works. Yeah, and we produced all new stills for the publication. Basically, we started with digitized files of the artworks, and yeah, really experimented with the best way to represent them. I think the stills themselves aren't significantly transformed, but like I said, there is a kind of upscaling that needs to happen to get them to a 300 pixels per inch print resolution that's considered, necessary. And so I think that there is a kind of formal transformation there that, yeah, isn't so visible necessarily. But is there? Natalie, do you have anything to add?
I would just add, hi everyone. We're not gonna do the noise edition on the images. Not that I don't know that anyone cares, but it doesn't look good, and it didn't feel also true to the work. It kind of looks more like a film grain, to be honest. So we're just working with the stills as is, and they will be true to as true as possible to the digital images that exist as the works today.
Yeah, I mean, another interesting thing is and I think Natalie was just the other day checking the kind of print images we have against the digital files as as presented on the CRT monitor. So you've had a chance to kind of see these images and across several different kind of formal transformations, none of which is fully original, right? If it's an analog video work.
Great, thank you.
I thought it was interesting too, you mentioned how we consume images today, and it is interesting to think about the how not obsessed with quality some of these tapes were, and how kind of quality obsessed we are today with image, and how to relay that to a contemporary audience. So yeah, that was interesting to hear. Thank you. Yeah, anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, just have one remark.
Do you think you could come over? Sorry, thanks. Sorry, we're kind of improvising here with the tech situation.
No problem.
It's not such a question, but more remark to some of your quotations and something that Milos has been talking before about, and it's this work with this metaphysical thinking of signal and the way how I see. The way how it resembles the current thinking of data and the metaphysics of data as something almost spiritual or transcendental, and that's also in connection probably to what you showed the FX Twin videos, or maybe his approach, or other artists from more, let's say, alternative music, or like Holly Herndon and people who really treat data as another source material. Yeah. So just this thing, just this issue that I find resemblance in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see that. It's interesting that I feel the word data has rarely come up in, at least in my reading around Steina and in our kind of writing around her. Like for me, that makes me just think about the kind of difference between the signal and I guess the information that's carried on the signal, as she described it, and data as it is currently kind of conceived as something that can be kind of accumulated and gathered. So in a way, in Steina's work, nothing is gathered. It just kind of passes through.
Any other questions? Thank you. Okay. Yes, well, thank you for the presentation.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. And we were supposed to have half an hour break about half an hour ago, so I think we will have 10-minute break and then we will continue if you agree. Okay, so it's going to be break.
Já jsem chtěl tak upozornit, že máte představ si často prolíznout tu hodinovou výstavu. So there's a time for you to watch also the projection. We will go live.
So I would like to introduce our next presenter. Yes, thank you. Who is also presenting online. It's Chris Hill, also connecting to us from United States. And Chris Hill, you might met her before because she's in regular contact with Vašulka Kitchen Brno, but also with Pavel. She's a media curator and currently on the faculty of Cal Arts. She received MFA from SUNY Buffalo and was a video programmer at Hallways in Buffalo for over a decade. She curated a very important 17-hour collection called Surveying the First Decade, Video Art and Alternative Media in 1996.
Recording in progress.
Yes, we are recording. And she also taught in the video performance studio at the Technical University in Brno in the mid-1990s. And she interviewed local artists, and these interviews can be seen on her website under the title Walking Trips in Czech Lands from 1997. And her research interests include reforming archives and also beekeeping. And she was also involved in the recent exhibition here at the House of the Lords of Kunštat with the project Navigational Tool for Traversing the Vašulka Mediascape. And I guess she will talk about it in her presentation. So, yes, welcome.
Thanks, Lenka. Thank you, Lenka, and also thank you for the invitation to be here today with you all. And of course, hello to my friends in the audience. It's great to see you. I'm going to start by sharing my project, a navigational tool for traversing the Vašulka Mediascape, with you on the screen. And I'm actually going to also put the it's currently available on the Vašulka Kitchen Archive website, and I just put a link in the chat with a direct link to that. So okay, so you can see my project, right? The screen shared, okay?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'd also like to acknowledge Lloyd Dunn for his rendering and coding of my design plans that made this project possible. And most of the quotations and comments that I'll be referencing in this talk are postings in my navigational tool. Although I'm not going to point to all of them as I go through this, but just about all of them are available. You can see, just orient you briefly to the tool. There's a timeline, and then there's 4 tracks, dialogues with tools, introduction to 16 different media projects that I selected, intro to or the media art culture references, and I'm just going to show what. Okay, wait a second. That shouldn't have happened. Wait a minute. Here we go. So the timeline actually extends from the mid-60s until the present. And then the last track is transmission of cultural knowledge, which has to do with the Vasulka's commitment to archiving in its various forms. Okay, so I'm going to start by just reading a little bit from the introduction to the project. And let's see. Okay. So this project, this navigational tool, was made in response to a request to create a pathway to the Vašulka Kitchen Archive for the exhibition last fall. And now I'm going to read from this post. The transmission of knowledge with contemporary colleagues and over time has been an additional component of the Vasulka's lifelong project. A friend of the Vasulkas and fellow media theorist, Jean Youngblood, wrote in 2000 about the Vasulka archive, much of which is housed now in the Vasulka Kitchen archive in Brno. Youngblood said, quote, "What distinguished this archive is the remarkable breadth of its technological and cultural purview. On the one hand, it's evidence of one of the most inspiring investigations into the nature of a medium in the history of any art form. At the same time, it documents a ferment of activity across a constellation of avant-garde culture." Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to the larger piece. In a 1992 interview with me about video in the late 60s, early 70s, Woody remarked, quote, "We all engaged in explanations. We wanted to know how to make it make sense, to develop a vocabulary. We wanted to formulate it. Both of our upbringings are socialist and concerned with knowledge. We were interested in the transmission of knowledge from one place to another. That was the mission of the time. The mission was not to compete with paintings. It was to get this knowledge and bring it to people." I hope this navigational tool is a contribution to the Vasulkas' commitment to archiving, as this map is meant to be a guide to important lines of inquiry for those who have not previously encountered the Vasulkas' work, as well as for those whose curiosity might develop into a longer walk through this remarkable cultural territory. And just to make a point about using this piece, for example, if I were to go to this first tile and click on it, I've selected, in each of these tiles, there's a long, usually it's an excerpt from an interview, although I have excerpted some things from critical writing as well, but mostly you hear Woody's or Steina's voice in these clips. But then there's also a link at the bottom to the whole interview or to the whole document, to the whole essay. So this is like the introduction to, if you want to take a deeper dive, that takes you into more references, and a lot of this is posted in the Vasulka at vasulka.org right now. I'm not going to get into, like, you know, what form this might take eventually. Hopefully all these things will be linked eventually to the documents that are in the Vasulka Kitchen archive. But right now, a lot of the documents are on the open net. Okay, I also stated in the intro to the project that this navigational tool is intended to be generative as more of the Vasulka Kitchen archive comes online and more of the contextualizing material can be directly linked. So in addition to building this tool for the exhibition in late 2023, I connected in early 2024 with Arnold Dreiblot, a composer and media artist who was an early student of the Vasulkas at the Center for Media Study in Buffalo, starting in 1973. In addition to his video and audio work evolving from his study with the Vasulkas and later Lamont Young, Pauline Oliveros, and composing and performing over the years with his group, the Orchestra of Excited Strings, recent decades of Dreiblot's multidisciplinary artwork has focused on engaging and reperforming archives. An important example of his early 1990s operas and later installations that were based on Who's Who in Central and East Europe in 1993, a book he found at a used bookstore in Istanbul. His visual art and installations create complex textual and spatial visualizations for memory. Okay, now I'm going to take you to Arnold's website just briefly. And the interview that we did is actually posted on this website, and I'll send you a link at the end of my talk. Like the Vasulkas' commitment to sharing information and archiving, Dreiblot's work is often structured around direct engagements with audiences, whether through sensing the sonic frequencies performed by stringed instruments for live audiences, or by incorporating viewers in the performance of his operas, like the Who's Who operas, where audience members deliver readings from a staged archive architecture. A 2015 project involved creating a score and having individuals perform parts of a Black Mountain archive Dreiblatt had assembled for the Hamburger Bahnhof Museum in Berlin. Dreiblatt continued to be in contact with the Vasulkas after he left Buffalo in the mid-70s. He moved to Berlin in 1984, spent time with media artists and musicians in Budapest in the early and mid-1980s, and traveled with Woody through East Central Europe before 1989, a period when both Woody and Arnold were each already thinking about their respective archive and memory projects. This was also when George Soros was beginning to fund artists in Hungary. And during this period, Arnold and Woody discussed a collaboration on a proposed project that would be, quote, like a mobile research platform to archive work being done in Eastern Europe. In our interview, Arnold confirmed his familiarity with the Vasulkas' longstanding commitment to the process of archiving, either directly or indirectly. And here are some remarks from the interview that I did with Dreiblatt. These remarks have already been integrated into my project and can be found in the Transmission of Cultural Knowledge track. So Arnold says, I think from the very beginning, they saw themselves as part of a community, a movement, a wave. And because they were Europeans, I think even from the beginning, they looked back. It's one thing to be our ages and start to look back at what we've done and what others have done. But my memory of them is that they were wanting to carry this forward. They were looking historically, even when history was, at that time from our perspective now, quite short, the history of media art. About his experience with Woody and video in the early 1970s, Arnold said, quote, Woody questioned, what is it? And how did it begin? And what are its maybe predecessors? Because it was this new medium, but there was also a sense of discovery as a new beginning. They felt that not only did they discover aspects of this medium that they were unprepared for, but somehow they needed to, or especially Woody needed to, try to explain it in some way. Later in our discussions, we spoke about our individual experiences with the Vasulkas in the 1980s and 90s. So I say, when I visited them in 1992 and did an interview with them and then did some research on their work and their archive, they were so very generous. Steina told me, you can copy anything. Arnold said, they really didn't care about ownership. Actually, they wanted the opposite, to propagate and share. I say, and at that time, they had been working on the Eigenwelt exhibition, Eigenwelt von Apparatwelt, that was installed at Arts Electronica in 1992. I think it was more or less finished, but the other thing Woody was doing then was trying to figure out what file format would have archival value as the world was just becoming digital. And this was like 1992, so you couldn't even put anything moving on the internet at that point. Arnold says, that's right, I confirm that. So he was in the 80s thinking about these issues. How do we keep this? How can it be somehow preserved, what we did? And how can we show it later? I think they were very early in understanding the digital code meant that there was no medium anymore. Okay, and now I want to share something else that Arnold and I talked about. It's an insight by Steina that was made in 1992, and it's posted in the media art culture track in my navigational tool. But here, I'm reading it to Arnold during our recent conversation. So I'm saying, she's talking about art as a deep desire to communicate. And then she says, quote, we spend so much time with people we have never met, often with people who are long dead. And you can imagine that for her, that might have included composers, Steina being a musician. And then she says, quote, but through lucky coincidences, artists and their audiences have sometimes found each other in the same place at the same time. Paris in the 1920s was like that. New York in the late 1960s was like that for us. It was a luxury. That comment by Steina was from a published 1992 discussion with Christiane Carlut and Don Foresta. and she opens up an issue that must have been sensitive for her and Woody, especially after video aesthetics generally had shifted in the early 1980s away from the structuralist materialist agenda to which they had made such important discoveries and aesthetic contributions in the late 60s and 1970s. After sharing Steina's comments with Arnold, I read to him something that media artist and musician Tony Conrad said in an interview he did with me as research for the video history project I curated in 1992, surveying the first decade. He said, quote, "The work is part of a larger cultural object, which includes the production and the viewing situation. And the object itself cannot be sensibly taken out of context as an object of contemplation in and of itself. It's simply incomplete or fragmentary without regard to its functioning as a consequence of the circumstance of its generation and audience impact." And by the way, Tony was a member of the Buffalo faculty that was included in the Mind Frames exhibition at the ZKM in 2006 that the Vasulkas curated with Peter Weibel. So to be clear, I'm not discouraging curators and media historians from revisiting and examining art practices with new conceptual frameworks. But I'm very moved by Steina's insight into art making as communication and her stated value in audiences and artists finding each other. I think it's possible to suggest that the Vasulkas' extensive archiving is informed in part by that wish, that future viewers could, if they desired, and if an archive is accessible, at least come to appreciate the object of contemplation in a context that includes, in Tony's words, the circumstances of its generation and the audience impact, or in Steina's words, artists and audiences finding each other. I will return to Steina's comments shortly, but before that, I want to briefly mention three very distinct Vasulka projects that specifically engage archives or memory. I'm going to start these projects and then turn off the sound and speak over them. So I'm going to go back. And I'm going to start with violin power. So here's the way the project is set up. You know, there you click on violin power, and then there's some text that, again, in Steina's, here's something by Steina, and the other piece is something that I actually will read to you in just a second. But I'm going to start it, and okay, I'm just going to play sound for a couple seconds. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Okay, I'm going to leave the video running
Chris,
while
we
I
hear you.
read something.
We don't
You
hear
can't
you.
hear me?
We don't hear your sound from your computer, so it's okay to just have it without the sound. You would have to on your Zoom, you would have to choose that you're sharing your computer sound as well. But if you don't want to do that, then it's just letting you know that it's hard to hear the sound from your computer.
Oh, okay, but you can hear me?
Yeah, your voice is fine.
Okay, okay. I don't want you to hear the sound now. So, but did you not hear the sound before either?
No, but we've actually seen. I mean, part of that.
Everybody's seen it. Okay.
Part of it was screened today. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. In 2013, I introduced Steina's performance of Violin Power at the Birchfield Penny Art Gallery in Buffalo. I said, the Violin Power project rearticulated always with a violin and live image processing, but with different control devices and different footage over its 40-year lifetime, was born during the time the Vasulkas lived and worked in Buffalo. One might see Steina's early history as a classically trained violinist reflected in her initial selection of the violin as an instrument to interface live with cameras, oscillators, and various hand-built tools. When I see a performance of violin power, I also see Steina, the archivist, an artist who continues to reperform video fragments and glimpses of earlier projects, engaged through new incarnations of violin power. Okay. I'm gonna. Okay, so I won't worry that you can't hear this. I'm just going to play this in the background while I talk about art of memory. So Woody's construction of his personal memory tool in the art of memory from 1987 is based on the classic mnemonic devices described in books by Francis Yates, where public speakers talking without notes mapped elements of their discourse onto a familiar landscape. In Woody's project, he projects film archives about 20th century conflicts onto New Mexico's mesas, landscape forms that are both documented using a camera and algorithmically created with a Rodetra tool, one of the instruments that he used extensively in his investigations into reconfiguring the video frame. One might suggest that the project fundamentally is grounded in his first encounters with an archive, his explorations of a local bombed-out airbase as a child in Brno. His friend Gene Youngblood has said, quote, "Woody has told the story often about how his childhood world was a junkyard after the war. Whole cities had been destroyed and thrown into holes. He rummaged through them and collected photo albums. It was his first anthropology lesson, recovering what had been destroyed. History was in peril, and its value became immeasurable. When he came to the United States and saw how obscenely Americans treat their history, how they undervalue and discard it, he realized that documenting electronic culture was his destiny." And as Woody said, as early as 1978, in one of the afterimage articles, he says, quote, "Of course, I foresee the possibility, even in my work, of identifying a Western landscape as a set of algorithms because it has a finite amount of possibilities." Okay. And now I want to go to participation. Steina reports in her 1992 conversation with Carlut and Forresta, quote, "Then we start," okay, she's talking about right after they got a Porta-Pack, living in New York in the late 60s. She says, "Then we started taking out the Porta-Pack, which was very lightweight and very wonderful. We used to call up people and ask to tape them. The typical response would be, 'What is tape? What is video? What for? Why do you want to tape me?' This went on for the first year. We taped jazz musicians, dancers, and artists. I had been manipulating audio tapes. Video was just an extension." And then in a 1995 article, she expands on this moment. "During the same period, we were taking the portable video equipment to New York's cultural playgrounds." And then she lists some of them: WBAI, Free Music Store, Judson Church, La Mama, the Fillmore East. After such outings, everyone would gather in our loft to look at the instant playback, something that most people at that time had never experienced before. Even the word video was a brand new addition to the vocabulary. In 1971, there was so much traffic in our loft that when a friend told us he had found a large space in an abandoned kitchen in the old Broadway Central Hotel, we were ready. Of course, that space that would provide a place where artists and audiences could find each other was the kitchen. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. Go back. The Vasulkas taping and sharing immediate feedback with participation had not been possible with film and was a structural aspect of the new video medium that they and other early video artists enthusiastically embraced and explored. The opportunity for immediate playback, especially during those first years, created a new relationship between the event taped and possible audiences. There was potentially an immediate performative component to early video that had not been possible with film. The Vasulkas' 1969 to 1971 performance of participation in their New York City loft celebrated this cultural threshold. Woody speaks broadly about this cultural threshold in a 1992 interview about this period. Quote, "I went into working with video, which was completely undefined, completely free territory, no competition intellectually. On the contrary, it was rejected right from the beginning by theorists and philosophers of film. So it was a very free medium, and the community was very young, naive, fresh, new, strong, cooperative, no animosities, generous, kind of a welcoming tribe." I'd also like to suggest that the Vasulkas' video recording and opening of their loft for audiences who were curious about this new medium's capacity for immediate playback points to Steina's comment quoted earlier about how artists and audiences found each other in the late 60s in New York City. Of course, her statement also refers to the entire first decade, the 1970s, of their structuralist, materialist-based analog video work that explored frequencies and waveforms, and they're producing work that often shared information about how the work was created. In a 1992 interview, Woody said, the image is not there to deceive you, but to reveal the means of making it. We always called what we were doing dialogues with the tools. Sometimes we said that the tools are our teachers. Video curator John Minkowski, who was active in Buffalo and wrote so insightfully about the Vasulkas' work, describes this aspect of their projects from this period, the 1970s. Quote, "This is not to imply that their work is primarily didactic, for the tapes exhibit a sparse but meaningful use of symbolic imagery, a subtle wit, and an immense beauty." Well, then he goes on to conclude that in their conceptualization about the nature of video's basic materials, the electronic waveform, the Vasulkas' work, quote, "also evidence the potentials of video to create new kinds of image experiences while manifesting some underlying aspects of the medium which make these new types of imagery possible." Okay, I'm gonna put up. So this is just a still on the ZChem website that was taken with Woody giving a talk about the Mindframes exhibition. Steina's statement about artists and audiences finding each other also points to the major curatorial projects that the Vasulkas undertook. With the support of Peter Weibel at Arts Electronica in 1992, Eigenwelt von der Apparatwelt, and most recently, Mindframes at the ZKM in 2006. Both functioned essentially as reperformances of archives. Here's John Minkowski again, writing that Mindframes, quote, "represented an exhaustive recognition of the languages and media experimentations that allowed the birth of what is now called media art." Woody and Steina's curatorial efforts in these two exhibitions refocused media artwork, electronic instruments, documentation, and critical commentary for a new generation of media artists, historians, and the public. I think I'm just going to go back to in this presentation, I've tried to point to how Steina and Woody, together and individually in specific art projects, and in both their personal collections and curated exhibitions, demonstrated a lifelong commitment to engaging and informing audiences. Their contemporary audiences, like those who came back to their New York loft and saw the raw recordings that became participation, or those that were welcomed at the kitchen, those contemporary audiences were likely very close to the Vasulkas projects and aesthetic investigations. Those people were probably fellow cultural travelers. But the Vasulkas also were concerned with providing a pathway to those investigations for future audiences, whose relationship to the ideas and explorations the Vasulkas found so critical might not be possible to anticipate or imagine. In conclusion, I want to suggest that fundamentally an archive is a time-based project. The frequencies and voltages powering its conceptual waveforms are not amenable to the kind of instrumental control that we associate with other media tools. But archives like Vasulka.org or the Mindframes exhibition set in motion radical cultural fields that do engage both the audiovisual perception and conceptual apparatus of artists and audiences across the media cultural territory, a landscape that we share and experience over time. The various forms of Vasulka archiving projects set in motion the performance of yet another time-based tool that they have so generously shared with us, not only by providing the resources that enable us to focus in art practice at a moment in cultural time, which is incredibly valuable as we experience the rapid evolution of media technology and critical shifts in media aesthetics, also rapidly changing, but also inspired by Steina's 1995 observation. They have enabled artists and their audiences to find each other in shared dialogues that sometimes will necessarily occur across decades. Thanks. I think I'll go back to there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And so, do you have questions for Chris? Yes?
Eastern European TV culture, this was 1992 in Buffalo, represented. You remember, is it that time? Eastern European video TV culture.
I don't know that, but I saw that it was presented.
Yeah, in Buffalo, okay.
Yeah. Did you want to make a comparison, or?
Yeah, I mean, I have sent the tapes over there to this point, and this was represented at Buffalo. You are in Buffalo. I thought this was at this time. This is already 32 years ago, as maybe you remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I have a question. Because this navigational tool, it's such a, yeah, it's quite complex and it must have been lots of work. I wonder if you are going to develop it somehow, or, you know, if there are some ideas behind it, how to work with it further, because it's kind of archiving Vasulkas, you know, or I don't know, it's also like your personal idea about what is important, what you want people to see from them, or yeah.
Well, I did add some of the material from the Arnold Dreiblatt interview to the navigational tool. Lloyd's already coded that in. Yeah, you know, so I was also a student of the Vasulkas, but whereas Arnold was with them the first 2 years that they taught, I got the very last semester that they taught at the Center for Center for Media Study in Buffalo. And then both as a curator and also as a teacher, teaching, media art history, I find that people, if they encounter the Vasulka work for the first time, they look at the visual images and, and the audio, but they don't have any idea about this kind of dialogue with tools that was so important to the Vasulkas. Or just, especially now, people are working with digital media, so they're completely unfamiliar with analog media. And so the notion of playing with waveforms and being able to, like Woody and Steina discovered horizontal drift because of a loose cable. I mean, that kind of stuff is not part of the vocabulary. And, one of the questions that always comes up teaching, but curatorially as well, is how much of their ideas you need to know in order to appreciate their work. And having experienced that over and over again, I mean, even when I did the surveying the first decade media history project for the Video Data Bank in the mid-90s, one of the people who was a kind of like reader of the project confessed that she never understood the Vasulkas' work. She really was not in a position to judge whether the work should be included or not in the video history project. And it became clear to me that I kind of had this privileged position because I'd been their student to have some idea of how to approach their work. And then as a curator, I found that to be very important, aside from my own kind of basic vocabulary that I had picked up from them. Yeah, so I think that the Vašulka Kitchen Archive is great because you have references. I mean, people can orient themselves to the Vašulka work, and conferences like this are very helpful as well. But I think that anybody that encounters their work has this issue about how much do I need to know to understand it, or do I even begin to ask questions that would take me there? So that was kind of what informed me about making this work. When you invited me to create a pathway, I guess I was thinking along the lines of being a teacher and curator and having encountered this problem. And as far as adding more to it, I guess, that's to be seen. I do think that the conversation that I had with Arnold was really interesting. I need to put it in the chat for you all too, but I think that it is very valuable to look at this cultural texture that was, and especially Arnold and Woody shared, because Arnold spent a lot of time in Hungary and Eastern Europe, and they traveled together through Eastern Europe, as well as sharing aesthetic ideas, and then both of them dealing with memory and archives in very specific, different but very specific ways. So I'm sort of struck with the value, especially as this generation ages. My generation is aging too. The value of being able to record some of these oral histories, if you will. I don't know what interest there is in, for the next generation, the next 3 generations of people to encounter this work. But I think all of these human interactions, the oral histories, really help. And I hope that my navigational tool would at least help people take a little bit of a dive into the Vasulka's ideas. They're so rich, and it does help you approach their work with a little bit more depth.
Okay, I think it's a nice introduction to Vasulkas, and it could be really used in universities, for students to get the entry into the Vasulkas. I think there is another question.
Yeah. Short question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
when you made this research in '96, interviewing Czech people from dissident and non-dissident scene, did you also make an interview with Karel Vachek?
I didn't. No, I didn't. No. Although yeah, I mean, his name has come up over and over again. It seems like maybe somebody very interesting to speak with.
It's too late, sorry. But you know, if it's just not questions, the remark, I think that Karel Vachek and Woody, they are almost from the same generation, and they studied both at FAMU. They knew each other, and when he was coming to Czech Republic, Prague, and he was always meeting Karel. And Karel also emigrated to the United States. He lived in New York, and after some kind of pathetic accident, he decided to return back. But I was always worrying or asking myself if he managed to stay there, how his work would be developed. Because I think there is a lot of similarity between kind of possibility, kind of mental capacity of Vachek and Woody being very broad in having a broad spectrum of conception of the world, in poetry and paintings, in science. Vachek also wrote a kind of philosophical book about matter and anyway, it's actually in the originally Vašulka archive.org English.
Oh, okay. Great. Thanks very much.
Okay, any other questions? I didn't get a question. Yes, yeah.
Thank you here. So I do know that you teach a class on Central and Eastern European film. And there's been a lot of quite a few references today to this idea of history. Even in your talk, there was this connection to history and being from Europe. And I think Rana mentioned today this with Woody talking about the kitchen and saying, in America, when people don't want things to have history. They just, that was one of his quotes. And so I was just wondering if this, because I remember you coming here teaching. Chris was also my teacher. She was kind of a very important person introducing me to the works of the Vašulkas. So I'm wondering, you also learned in Czech at one point. So I was wondering if the Vašulkas was this entry point also into your vast interest in Central and Eastern European film and yeah, the history of this region.
I mean, it's interesting. Actually, this came up a little bit in the conversation with Arnold. My experience with Brno, with the video performance multimedia studio at the University in Brno in the mid-90s, that really came through another channel. Even though I understood later that Woody had been there before me as a visiting artist in the mid-90s. I mean, when I was working as a curator in Buffalo at Hallwalls, we participated in this project Informental, which was an international video magazine that had been initiated by folks in Budapest, and we did the 7th edition of it, and Woody and Steina both contributed to that, so we actually included Lilith and excerpts from Art of Memory in that. But it was the people that were involved with Informental, Keiko Sei, for example, who had done the Japanese edition, who invited me to come to Budapest and Prague when she was still living there. And that was, so my introduction to Brno and Prague came independent of the Vasulkas, and really it was much later that I had the first conversation with Steina about anything Czech. And I don't even know if I'd ever talked about anything Czech with Woody. When I visited them in the 90s to interview them for the video history project, I had not yet been to Brno. So yeah, so no, actually, I mean, I've come to think about their projects. They're moving to the Southwest through a filter that's now informed by, you know, my experiences in, especially in the Czech Republic. But it didn't come directly from them at all. I know, it's kind of odd.
I may also have a question, because when I met Woody here in the 90s, he always said that he's not interested in teaching. So his way of teaching here was that he was doing his stuff at school where he was living, and he was deeply in his brotherhood engineering and the stuff. So I wanted to ask you, because you are last of their student, what was their teaching method in 70s, 80s?
Well, I think they both said they don't like to teach.
Yes,
And,
I've coached by Steina.
Yeah, and the Department of Media Study was really chaotic when I was a graduate student, really chaotic. And I remember taking their class, and they had oscillator, all kinds of stuff set up in the front of the class, all these oscillators. The camera was pointed out the window. They didn't care what was on the camera image that it was picked up. It was just, they would process it. And I didn't understand anything for like half of the semester. I did not understand what they were doing and why they were doing it. And then one day they showed violin power, and suddenly it was like one of these aha moments. It all made sense. And at that point I realized, oh my God, this is like really interesting. But they weren't teachers where they checked to make sure if you understood. They didn't. And there was, in that class also, there was a couple people that came from another city to take a class with them, and the one guy was from Iceland. And so one day they just went around the class, and they went around and asked everybody what their name was and where they were from and what they were interested in. And this guy, said his Icelandic name, and Steina just went into some other mode completely. She said, the only thing I remember that she said in English was, are we famous in Iceland? And then she spoke in Icelandic. She just talked to him the whole rest of the class, and they spoke in Icelandic and none of us understood. So it was like, their teaching was, it was not like a handshake. It was a different kind of handshake, but it was, they were accessible. They were accessible. It was just I was not prepared for that, is what it came down to. I was not really prepared for what they had to teach. But I about halfway through the class, I really figured it out that I needed to understand this better.
So maybe last question?
Yeah, about Incremental video magazine, which was existed several years. You mentioned Keiko Say, but there were also person from Budapest, Vera Body, Gabor Body, and after all of this, this all edition was brought to ZKM Karlsruhe to close, and this was sold completely. Do you know something about this? What happened with the collection?
I don't really understand what happened. The last time I don't remember what year it was. Rotrop Papa was still alive, and there was some meeting. I don't even know where it was. It might have been at the ZKM. And there were a bunch of us that had been involved in it at that meeting, and Rotrop was really unhappy with the way things were evolving, and Peter Bible was not at the meeting, and that's the last time I've had any conversation with anybody about the project, at least vis-a-vis the ZKM having access to it.
One day I received a letter that the whole archive, also my tapes, there were 7 tapes maybe, it was sold practically to the ZKM. Everybody receive a letter or an artist that this is sold, thank you very much, and it was sold practically by Vašulka Body. But you don't know about this. What happened with her?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about her since then. I don't know.
Another question, Budapest, Hungary, they were traveling over there, Woody and Mr. Dreibal. How do you explain that this East European country was open for video art and the other countries not at all?
Well, I think Hungary was more open, right? And there was the Bela Balázs studio in Budapest that was really experimental. I mean, and these projects, like even Infernmental, really came out of the Bela Balázs studio. I think Arnold said that as an American, it was easier for him to go to Budapest because he didn't have to get his, his passport checked every month or something like that. So I think Budapest was an easier place to connect. And then within the Hungarian cultural world, I mean, it's kind of like it's like the Czech New Wave films. How did those films get made with these strict censorship laws? I think Hungary was a little bit more open than Czechoslovakia was. But that's the question that, I mean, I'm fascinated with that question. Like, how did this happen, and where, who saw that this creativity was really important to support, even though it wasn't getting out very far?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it would be very nice to discuss it with you for hours, but we have to move on, and I guess
Of course,
we
of course.
in touch. And thank you very much again. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye. So, I would like to invite another guest, Joost Rekveld, who is artist dealing with the form of media archaeology, investigating the material engagement with devices from forgotten corners in the history of science and technology, making abstract films, and in his work there is lots of references to the work of Steina and Woody Vasulkas.
Okay.
With fresh air. Thanks for sticking around. I'm personally in the middle of my afternoon dip, so I'm admiring you for staying around to listen to me. I have a talk which is a bit pompous for two reasons. First reason is that I'm talking a bit about the Vasulkas, but I'm slowly during this day, the awareness dawned that I'm talking about the Vasulkas a little bit, but also talking a lot about my own work. So I think one way to make it less pompous is to present it as a bridge between the work of Vasulka and the film, which will be projected tonight. And the second reason the talk is a bit pompous is the title. It's a palimpsest on the electronic analog art. I have to admit, I never heard the word palimpsest before I acquired this book. And a palimpsest is like, like a piece of paper or parchment, which is sort of erased and then new text are written on it all the time. So I want to talk about layers of history. And one of the layers is related to this book. It's the history of analog computing, which I've been sort of busy with in the last 7 years. And one layer in my exploration of this history turned out to have to do with the Vasulkas, and then of course through the device they were using, the RUT-ETRA processor. So this was part, how do I actually... well, I will show an image of my studio. It's, you know, it looks sort of in the same vein. The things I'm talking about for me was part of a research project which was called Dialogues with Machines. And you have to really believe me, I had no idea about this whole concept of the dialogue with the tools when I sort of handed in my proposal for this research project. For me, this has to do with Andrew Pickering, the idea of the mangle of practice, the idea of having an exchange with machines. And then later, of course, I realized through the book of Lenka especially, this whole concept of the dialogue with the tools, and also the level she added to it, like making it into the dialogue with the demons of the tools. And in a way, I will talk about 3 layers of history, but the whole story I'm telling is in a way quite parallel to this idea of some of these reflections by Woody on also the demons inhabiting, or the origins of the machines he was using, and also the machines I ended up using. So I will talk about 3 layers of history, and then I have to put my timer. The last part is a bit more of a philosophical reflection, which I will read, and I'm putting the timer to protect me against sort of, you know, especially in the first part, I will just be talking about images, and then I can get completely lost and talk for 8 hours, which is not the idea. Okay, so dialogue with the tools. Also Pike, I read an interview with him from 1972, where he doesn't talk about dialogue, but he does talk about television engineering as the other. So also evoking the idea of an exchange with something alien. And for me, this was really the idea of this dialogue with machines. Okay, so the first layer, it was already addressed a bit by Gabi Weijers in the talk about Lima and their project Unfold and the idea of reinterpretation. And I had just started on thinking, like my background is in experimental cinema. I made experimental animation films on film for quite a long time. Then for, I think, 10, 15 years, I was working in code, and I was at a point where I got really sick of working behind a computer. I wanted to work with materials, I wanted to work with signals. So I got sort of interested in working with analog electronics. And around that time, Lima asked me, well, can you not make a work as a kind of homage to the work of the Vasulkas? And then for me, a reference in their work was this is a very bad still of Reminiscence. And there's basically 2 works from 1974, Reminiscence and Telch, which are a bit similar in the way they were made. And for me, these images, they captured something about moving through an alien environment, or an environment which is pictured in a very different way. So for me, this was really also related to the idea of extending our senses, for instance, or being able to visualize experiences which are non-human or more than human, as you would say nowadays. So I was really interested also by ideas of, like, von Uexküll, the theoretical biologist, and there we go, this is dangerous, I have to look at the clock, who was one of the first to think about the sensory worlds of organisms, but from their perspective and not from necessarily a human perspective. So I got really interested in the ideas of sensory augmentation. This is me walking around with some kind of strange electrostatic antenna. So I started for that project thinking about Telch and Reminiscence and scan processor, like, is that something which we can make wearable? So we did a workshop with, I wrote software which sort of was inspired by this. And then making this experience of Telch actually wearable, that was the idea. And then it actually took quite a long time for me that the penny dropped. Well, I was in touch with them. I mean, I had met Steina earlier in Amsterdam, but I had never really exchanged with them. So for this project, I was able to actually have conversations. And then at some point, the penny dropped that, okay, of course, I'm interested in this analog stuff now. this is the obvious connection, because I was basically thinking like, how can I sort of approach or reinterpret this scan processor or the Vasulka effect, this visual way to treat. So the moment the penny dropped was just before Christmas, and here is the sort of the studio selfie, which is always made with this Rotetra processor, but then in the form of a Christmas ball. And then basically what I did is to sort of remake the Rotetra scan processor with the stuff I had already built and acquired. So this is on the right, some like high frequency oscillators. And in the middle, on the left, these are modules which I was starting to build at the time. And then I figured out I basically, to do a Rotetra processor, I needed to solder one more module, which I hadn't built yet, which was already on the plan. And then I could actually do like analog Rotetra processing. And then I made a piece which is part of the projection, a fragment is part of the projection program next door, which is in a way a reinterpretation of Telch reminiscence. So basically what I do, I take a walk from the local electricity power plant to my studio. And during that walk, I'm filming video, I'm recording the sound, and I'm also recording electromagnetic interference through these coils. I don't know if you ever went on one of these electrical walks by Christina Kubi. This is electrical walks where you have these kind of coils, and you just connect it to an amplifier, and basically you hear all the electromagnetic waves which are in the air around us, which we don't hear, which in Europe is 50 hertz, which is basically a beautiful synthesized composition in space. You walk through, all based on the drone of 50 hertz. All the lamps you hear, all the projectors, all the computers are all in multiples of this 50 hertz. So it's a beautiful sonic experience. I can really recommend it. And the idea was, because it's 50 hertz and because that's also the basic frequency of video, because all these things are basically synchronized to the local power plant, you can actually use this signal to transform images, because it always will be in sync, or at least has the same frequency. So for me, this was a reinterpretation. So it was really interesting to hear Larissa's talk about the objects. So for me, I was really thinking about the objects of the signals, but also like traveling, like through electromagnetic, the ether, let's say, around us. And this is a still from that video. Okay, so that's one layer, 5 minutes, not too bad. Second layer comes through this device, actually, and also through the figure, I think, of Steve Rudd, who was an engineer. And this is from the manual of the Rotetra synthesizer. And it has this beautiful notion of synthesizer Zen. You become the feedback circuit. So it's sort of recycling all kinds of cybernetic notions of the human in the control loop. I will read it. Most variable control knobs on the synthesizer have no reference scales on the panel. Instructions for operating them are given here in approximate numbers of turns. Experience shows, however, that with your hands on the controls and your eyes on the image as it changes on a monitor screen, you become a part of the system, acting as the controller in a feedback loop, the same way you drive your car. Happy driving. And what I found really interesting is that this notion of synthesizers, or a notion similar to that, is very similar to a notion which was much older, which is the notion of lightning empiricism, and which does not come from the arts, but which comes from engineering especially, and from the work of a guy called George Philbrick. I'm not sure I actually have a picture of him. And this is the work which was done on, like real-time analog computing. So it's the idea of simulating an electronic model of something physical in real time. So this device is the first electronic modeling device. It was built by a guy called George Philbrick, and this is already from the 30s, so this is really early. And what you can see on the panel, you see all these knobs, and then you have this drawing on the panel there, and you can see that it has like tubes and heaters, and so it's a simulator of some kind of thing having to do with thermal flows and heat and steam going through tubes. And the interesting part is that you have different front plates you can change, because the same circuit can actually be a model of many things. And that's where the word analog comes from. It's an analogy. Nowadays, we always think about analog as opposite to digital. So analog is continuous, but the original meaning of the term, also in electronics, was that it's actually an electronic analogy of something else. Okay, so this is Philbrick, 1930s, especially just after the Second World War. This is research at MIT being done also in real-time explorative computing or modeling. This is beautiful research by an English researcher, Donald Mackay, also just after the Second World War. And basically what happened here is that he was trying to think of ways how a researcher could explore a model in real time and get some kind of sense of understanding of it, which is visceral, which is not verbal. Like this idea of lightning empiricism was very much based on the fact that you can have some insight in the behavior of a system, which you may not be numerical, or which may not be in terms of, you know, verbal knowledge, but really in terms of exploring the behavior of a system, which is very similar to, I think, the explorative behavior of electronic artists behind their machines. So this was Donald Mackay, who did beautiful research into like high-speed analog computing. So basically exploring mathematical equations. And then this device he made in the 50s would plot like 30 or more solutions of this same problem. And then he was also thinking of ways you could rotate this in space or interact with it to understand it better, vary parameters and this kind of stuff. So this is some other of his images. And then this was by Philbrick, like I showed his very early work, and this was in the 1950s. He started a company, Philbrick Researchers, in Boston, and he had this beautiful company magazine, which he called The Lightning Empiricist, and I really like that term. So the idea is that it's empirical in the sense that you don't know already what's going to happen. You're doing experimental research. You are exploring something unpredictable. And then the lightning, of course, is that it's real time, but also that it works in electricity. So this is early 50s. This is 1952, the first magazine. And this is this was their studio, and this was the system they were selling. So they were selling these black boxes, and every box is, for instance, an adder or a multiplier or an integrator, and then you patch it together, and then it simulates a mathematical equation of something technical. And it's mostly engineers who were working with this kind of technology. And then in a late revival like this, I'm really not going into a history of analog computing. I really adore that stuff, but I will not, because we don't have time. So basically what happened with this analog computing, it sort of came up at the end, just after the Second World War. It was quite big in the 50s and the 60s, and then it sort of declined. And then one sort of last gasp was the research into chaos. And that's why I have this picture. This is a reenactment of Raymond Scott and I forget his other name. It might actually be Ralph Abraham, but I'm actually not sure. But two chaos theorists from, you know, the chaos school. And they were exploring the chaotic systems on analog computers because they were real time. Because the computers at that time, we forget this, were not real time. Like computers in the 50s, you had to send your program to a guy or a lady in a white suit, and they would program it for you, and then you would get the printout like days later. And this was real time. So it was until sort of the 70s, 80s, digital computers were extremely slow in comparison to circuits. And this is from my own studio, like a chaotic system in real time, and you turn the knobs and the stuff changes. Okay, so this is a second layer. Third layer is going back into analog computing. And I talk now about analog computing as a kind of explorative instrument for engineers and scientists. There's also an other side to analog computing where it's much more about big centers of calculation, similar to digital computing. So you had these huge facilities, a huge industry, huge machines, super expensive. This is one of the first ones. It's late 40s. In the middle of Manhattan, you had Project Cyclone, which was top secret, of course, where they would do like research on nuclear equations, nuclear submarines, a lot of missile technology. All of this stuff is military. And that's where we go to with this well, I'll come to the next layer. So this is sort of the classical analog computing. And all this technology was built to simulate rockets because the Russians were having rockets, the Americans, NATO needed rockets. So that's where all this technology was developed for real-time simulation of rockets, basically. So this is also a very early one, in the 40s, Project Typhoon. They all had code names based on storms. And if it's a very old picture, but on the left here, like one of the output devices was actually a 3D model of a rocket. You can sort of seeing it float through space in real time, like it would sort of orient itself. And then the trajectory of these rockets was then there's big plotter tables behind it, where the trajectory would then sort of be plotted. So the whole idea is that this would simulate a rocket trajectory in real time, which comes originally from also the Second World War. This is like, I think the deepest layer where I want to go is actually that all this analog computing technology comes from trying to solve the problem during the Second World War. Like, how do you shoot a plane which is too fast for humans to follow? Like you had at that time, you had like planes were getting faster and faster. Humans have certain capacities of digesting information which are actually too slow to reliably track a fast plane. So they tried to do that with radar. And then during the Second World War, they developed this M9 gun director, it's called. And that's where, for the first time, analog circuits or like electronic circuits were used to solve the equations of flight. And basically all these ideas of analog computing, and in a way you could also say all these ideas later of audio synthesizers, video synthesizers, all sort of originate at that moment where they realized you could do with analog electronic circuits, you could solve the equations of flight. So this is really for me like the sort of ground zero, you could say, of the analog art. Okay, how are we doing with time? Okay, I have to speed up a bit. Okay, so I will talk about the present, which is basically two parts. My own practice. So this is an old analog computer from 1963, and this is me with the same computer, and then I restored it. I learned how to use it. So it's basically like a audio synthesizer, but instead of doing sound, it does mathematics. So you have minus and plus and multiply, and especially you have integrators. So this is, for instance, a simple patch. And then this is the diagram of the patch. And then if you plot the patch, it gives an image like this, which is a very simple chaotic oscillator. So this was my whole studio at the time of the making of the film, which will be shown tonight. So basically the idea behind this is that you have on the right this old analog computer, which is like a kind of control signal generator, and it controls this patch of B and C cables on the back there. And that's basically an analog computer. So I copied the structure of this classical analog computer. So it's basically modules which do integration, multiplication, all these basic elements. But then they are made to do video. And also I made them that they can do high definition video. So they, instead of working until like 1000 Hertz frequencies, like these old analog simulators, which are very precise, but also very slow, my machine is less precise, but it's very fast. So I can actually use it to generate video images. So it's like a video synthesizer, except that the modules are sort of more fundamental or more basic, or more unpractical, you can also say, to generate video. So with this, I made a film, which we'll see tonight. These are some stills. And then I get to a second layer of the present, is the fact that, like Woody, and also Los Alamos, of course, is also a reference which I was completely not aware of at that time. Like I started collecting stuff, like collecting high-end analog electronics. And then, well, I noticed that some of these stickers had sort of like military associations, but then one day you buy this, innocent plugin, and then it comes from Los Alamos. And that's where something sort of clicked and go like, I'm an abstract filmmaker. I work in my studio, like I'm disconnected from the world. I only work with mathematics. And now I have to think about, atomic war, and also the other stuff like the history of these machines. It was really sort of bothering. And also you realize that some of these parts, like if you want to repair some analog computers, you need very specific parts which you cannot buy unless you know the NATO stock number of that part. And then if it has a NATO stock number, you can just buy it. It's super expensive. It comes from Israel by courier, but you can just buy it. And then you also have to sort of, do I want to buy, my parts for my film too expensive and from somebody, a weapons dealer in Israel? I think, well, perhaps not. But yeah, so suddenly I started dealing with these questions. So this is another of these stickers on these plugins, Naval Underwater Systems Center, which is this facility. This is an image from the time this plugin was used in one of these buildings over there. It's not so far from Harvard. It's sort of the place where the United States has been developing submarines and sonar since the 1910s or so. This is something French. I forget like a typical inscrutable French abbreviation. I don't know exactly, I don't remember what it was, AYA, but CF, I turned out it's Clermont-Ferrand, this military facility which still exists in Clermont-Ferrand, where they service French military airplanes. So this plugin was from there. And then this is another one. Okay, I know Lockheed Martin, they make fighter jets, but then I had never realized what LMTO Stennis MS means. Stennis is the NASA Stennis Space Center. The Lockheed Martin building is right up there. And then these big structures at the bottom is where NASA tested all their rockets engines. So this plugin I used was sort of, from there. So basically, my film is an attempt to get to terms with this, like this history of these devices I've been using, but also the technology in general. Which is where we get to the red part. So I will start reading the more philosophical part. I will first drink a bit of water. This is Edwin Hutchins in the cabin of a TGV train. The anthropologist Edwin Hutchins developed a form of cognitive ethnography around the concept of distributed cognition. In his studies of ship navigation, Hutchins shows that many of the cognitive processes that we traditionally locate inside our heads are more appropriately located in social and material structures. The intelligence at work in steering a large ship can, for instance, not be found outside of the artifacts, procedures, and social structures that this steering involves. The crew of a ship does not consist of mathematical wizards, but of people who are trained to look at dials, to consult charts, and to plot courses. All kinds of cultural structures simplify a very complex computational problem into a series of elementary tasks that can be done by pattern matching, by the manipulation of simple physical systems, or through the mental simulation of such manipulations. And Hutchins writes that humans create their cognitive powers by creating the environments in which they exercise those powers. Over the last 2 decades, the cognitive archaeologist Lambros Malafouris developed similar ideas into a coherent and complete theory of material engagement. Humans have the ability to extend their bodies and transform their cognitive architecture by forming emergent coalitions with material objects. The archetypal example of this is the image of the blind man with a stick. The stick turns touch into a form of sight, and it becomes an extension of the body and of the sensory apparatus. But such an extension should not be only understood in terms of amplification, since the extension of the body radically changes the nature of the cognitive operations that are involved. And Malafouris proposes that such reconfigurations are the source from which all human thinking emerges, because thinking is first of all a thinking through, with, and about things, bodies, and others. Mind is a property of the coalitions of a whole set and not of individuals taken separately, nor can it be said that thoughts are caused by individual human agency. According to Malafouris, there is no fixed ontological separation between passive and active roles when looking at human engagement with the material world. Instead, we see a continuous and mutually constructive intertwining between intentions and possibilities that are opened up in interactions. And I quote from him, "Agency and intentionality may not be properties of things. They are not properties of humans either. They are the properties of material engagement." Humans assimilate their environment through a curtain of objects. This beautiful formulation due to André Leroy-Gourhan evokes the image of humans creating an intermediate space that consists of clothes, buildings, and other artifacts. According to Leroy-Gourhan, such a space forms the interface between our inner world and our planet. The human is defined by this thin layer in the same way an amoeba is defined by its cell membrane. It is its border as well as its gateway to the world. Accounts like the one given by Malafouris show how distinctions such as between physical and non-physical or between self and other actually obscure our understanding of the processes that underlie our thinking and learning. Embracing our cyborg nature has the potential to liberate us from a superficial humanism. It points to a situation in which we are capable to understand and acknowledge our deep connection with our ancestors, contemporary humans, animals, machines, and other objects. Our thinking arises from fleeting coalition, and we are able to inhabit many different standpoints, and our identities are partial and provisory. As in the picture drawn by Leroy-Gourhan, the inner world, the outer world, and the boundary between them are fundamentally intertwined. Such an image of technology is far from the idea that technology serves to enlist materials and forces for the benefits of humans, according to which humans are free and machines are like slaves, recruiting other slaves. That idea corresponds to the problematic side of the cyborg, a creature that was conceived within patriarchal military-industrial complexes and extensively discussed by Donna Haraway. But Donna Haraway considers that the cyborg, as an illegitimate child, has the capacity to wrestle itself free from these origins. She wrote that, after all, the fathers are inessential. Our technical milieu is an external memory, a collective body to which each generation contributes by modifying and adding things. The design and development of our technology is a form of politics through which we collectively shape our life world and in a very direct way our planet and ourselves. In my work, I see media archaeology as a method to investigate this collective body. Producing films, installations, and texts are small gestures that may help shaping it. We can hope that the cyborg may pry itself loose through writing and making art. Thank you.
Any questions?
Do you share the quote that you are reading?
Well, actually, the text I'm reading is it's part also. It's also part in my thesis, which is actually online since 2 days. But this, yeah, this is online.
Okay. There was so I'm not so sure if it's a question, but what came to my mind is something else that connects you with Vasulka. And for me, that's the story of all these containers that are still in Santa Fe, where I heard always the stories that they went to the military junkyard and collected so much stuff. So.
Yeah, I think now the military junkyard, I mean, it's less cool and less romantic, and it's also more expensive, but now, yeah, a lot of it is on eBay. And the thing is also, I realize you attract like this kind of gravity.
Yeah.
Like the moment you collect enough, people start giving you things. You don't have to and then you have to stop. Because, But it's really for me like this idea of our technology as some kind of archive also, as a collective memory, but also in many different ways. It's for me, yeah. I mean, like part of these things I also bought from like local vendors. So it's also really interesting. You get to talk to the people who sell it for you. At some point, I also really started to actually prefer local pickup because then you get to talk to all this weird sort of. I mean, they're all guys.
All guys, yeah.
But most of them, some of them working in like airplane simulation, or you get to sort of to map out a bit this military industrial complex in the Netherlands and Belgium. Also to make it much more tangible, this dimension is there.
So do you trace all the pieces of technology that you work with? If you trace the origin of them, or because it was interesting how you were showing this letters and trying to locate them with the origin, if you do it with a bit like everything.
Yeah, actually this text, like what I read today was also it's a small part from the text, which is a part of my thesis, which I will defend in 2 days. Monday. But which we're also preparing to publish, like one text as a book. And for the book, this was an idea that came up to actually photograph all these labels and also really try to trace what these things were. So we're not sure. I don't think we will use the pictures which I found, but I will. We systematically photograph all the labels and the gear which I used here, because it sort of maps out a sort of very partial view on what are these companies. And there were really surprises for me with the Space Center. Wow, yeah. And it's also the fascination, because one hand is, of course, it's cool. It's plugging what's in that building. We can probably even when they were testing this and this. But it's also horrible because, NASA still have like positive association with, but Lockheed Martin, I'm not sure. It's not very.
Because Woody's later works, these tables of at least some are like a critique of all of this, or even like grappling with it as well. So it's interesting that you get this experience and then including it into the work itself.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically it became from a problem, it also turned into reflection on also these technologies, and also thinking of, because I've never been interested in nostalgia, and also all these technologies anyway, they were invented before I was born. It's not like trying to go back to something cozy I remember or something. I mean, it does smell good, that's a different dimension, but it's more like also going back partly to understand the things which are still going on, to have a kind of perspective, but also going back to also look for ways which perhaps have not been walked at that time. And then going back into an archive or into this collective memory is also a very, very simple way to explore all the things you have no idea about, which have existed, which, like analog computing, is very few people who even know what it is. It's a fascinating history of like 3 decades and thousands of people involved, and it's all wrong. It's interesting.
Yeah, okay. So looking forward to see this movie. So at 7:30, you're invited here in the next room. There will be screening of the movie by Rost. And we are coming to the last presentation, but actually since we are a little bit out of time and the whole tomorrow is dedicated to archiving, I think Barbara and Dusan would rather do the introduction tomorrow. So maybe Dusan can just tell what to expect tomorrow. If you can just invite people for tomorrow and tell what to expect.
Maybe we will start with this presentation, basically showing the archive, and I would say open for conversation, because also that was not so. I mean, we had some questions and so on, but there was so much more to say. So archive would be one theme, but then we will go open to many other things. So resonate.
Okay, so there will be some of you present tomorrow, and like all of the others are invited. Yeah. So it starts 10 o'clock.
So it's like an open panel? Or how?
Yes.
Yeah. Who is in the panel?
Who comes?
We have like from almost Museum of Art already. There will be people from National Film Archives, Gady, Larissa, and whoever wants to join.
Maciej from Prague?
Maciej.
Yes, enough.
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He confirmed. Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yes, he's coming. Yeah. So, okay, I think I would like to thank you all for participating to the end, and I would like to thank to my colleagues also, especially Gayane, who's taking care of the online sharing of the conference, Victoria, who was helping with the production, and Christoph, who was dealing with the screening of the videos, and Jennifer, and Miloš, who's like curator of this event, and also Barbara, who had to leave with her son already. And thank you, and thank you for organizing. Yes, and thank you for joining us tonight, and hope you enjoyed it, and hope we will see each other at some other events at Vašulka Kitchen Brno or other. Bye.
In case anybody wants to see more information.
Yes, now is the time to see the exhibition.
Ik dacht, ik kom